these are the people who I want to appeal to.
Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Good morning, honorable members. I take this opportunity to report to you on a few matters. First, I would like to thank the joint working group of members of this House, member for Dangriga, member for Belize Rural North, and member for Albert, for the time taken to help draft, along with honorable members of the Senate, the Parliament's first Code of Conduct. As a means of updating you, we have been advised one final step is required before it can be tabled in the House for consideration by members on the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, and we will be following up with you once more to complete that last aspect of the process. The next activity we are working on with the assistance of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association is the revision of the standing orders. This is very timely, since over the past 7 meetings of this Parliament, there have been several instances which have demonstrated the need to address the areas of ambiguity with the procedures and the rules. I have been entrusted by you, honorable members, to preside over meetings, and my intention is to continue doing so fairly and fearlessly, transparently, but always in accordance with the rule book. A rule book which dates to 1966 and has not undergone a comprehensive review, both to have it reflect modern times as well as practical application with a House that has significantly increased in numbers since 1966. As essentially the referee of these House proceedings, it is my fervent hope that we will work together on improving these standing orders for the benefit of all members, but ultimately for the benefit of the people of Belize, for whom and by whom you have been given the opportunity to represent. The working group on this exercise to develop a proposed draft revised standing orders are the members of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee. I thank the members of Kaya South, of Orange Walk South, of Freetown, of Dangriga, of Mesopotamia, and Colette in agreeing to work with me to undertake the activity. Members, it would also be remiss of me not to acknowledge that we meet today not only still amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, but after a couple of weeks of Belize bearing yet again the pain of gender-based violence and domestic violence. The recently published 2021 report by the Belize Crime Observancy allows for a sober reflection that much work lies ahead to combat the scourge in our society. According to the World Health Organization, across their lifetime, 1 in 3 women, around 738 million, are subjected to physical or sexual violence by an intimate partner or sexual violence from a non-partner. Belize has not been spared. As members of the House of Representatives, I am sure we all will do our part to lend our voices in support of the much-needed work ahead and corrective measures. And lastly, members, we are in the month of our nation's independence. I take this opportunity to inform members that in the next few weeks, the National Assembly, as a joint initiative of both chambers, will be marking the 40th independence anniversary with a few initiatives. There will be the installation in the front of the Assembly, 2 pieces of visual artwork, a multimedia kit entitled Mothers of Creation, and a sculpture entitled Flint Humans, created by outstanding Belizean artists and on the occasion of the 40th anniversary. Additionally, for the first time, members, the Assembly will have available in digital format the copies of the original white paper and consultations held countrywide some 40 years ago on the discussions of the Constitution for Belize and the debates in the House and the Senate that occurred in 1981, which resulted in an independent Belize. I take the opportunity to thank Madam President of the Senate, who graciously provided the information on the original white paper, which was gifted to her from national hero, the late Honorable Philip Golson. The initiative is one of the National Assembly, a joint one of both chambers, to mark the historic occasion of 1981 in terms of what the people said, the consultations and the debates, and to make them accessible to all Belizeans, home and abroad, academia, youth, and others. Turning 40 is a milestone, and the Parliament takes great pride in contributing to the education and recognition of this historical moment. In the coming weeks, both Madam President and I will be issuing joint statements that give more details to you and the public on these 2 initiatives. Thank you.
Bill brought from the Senate.
Sir. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to move that the House do now consider the Senate amendments.
Honorable members, the question is that the House do now consider the Senate amendments. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Amendment brought from the Senate. Shed Clause 3, new 3rd schedule, in paragraph 2, subsection 4B, A, delete the full stop and replace it with a comma, and B, add the following proviso as follows. provided, howsoever, that all such authorization by warrant must be reported to and confirmed by the House of Representatives within 3 months of the date of such warrant. And then 2, authorized by warrant, which has not been confirmed by the enactment of an appropriation act, shall not at any time exceed the aggregate in amount equivalent to 10% of the amount voted for the respective head of the approved expenditure estimate for the year, or the sum of $1 million in the case of new goods or services.
Honorable members, the question is that the amendment to the Finance and Audit Reform Amendment Bill 2021, as proposed by the Senate on the 7th July 2021, be accepted. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional papers HR 32A1-13, Social Security Board Actuarial Valuation of the Social Security Scheme at 31st December 2020, and sessional paper number 32B-1-13, Social Security Board Financial Statements for the years ending December 31st, 2020 and 2019, and Independent Auditor's Report.
Honorable members, those papers are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Development and Housing.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on the table sessional paper number HR 32C/1/13, Civil Works Contract for Halover Bridge Replacement Project. I would like to give some brief remarks on this paper with your permission, Madam Speaker. The Halover Bridge Replacement Project, Madam Speaker, is funded by the Government of Belize and one of its long-standing international financing partners, the OPEC Fund for International Development, through a US $12 million loan secured in October 2017. Since 2016, the Government of Belize identified the need for the replacement of the existing bridge when it designed a single-span steel arch bridge as a replacement structure. In 2018 and 2019, the procurement of a construction contractor took place, which resulted in an offer of Belize $59 million. That was considered to be $18 million above budget. Negotiations to reduce that figure failed at that time. In 2020, the government took the decision to redesign the bridge structure using a local firm and locally available materials to be a multiple-span, reinforced concrete, precast, pre-stressed structure. During that year, the government suffered the loss of grant and loan funding from the European Investment Bank and the Caribbean Development Bank. Recognizing the deteriorated state of the existing structure and the traffic bottleneck it creates, and in support of the bridge as a vital component of Belize's national road infrastructure, the new MIDH, Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, conducted a detailed review of the project, Madam Speaker, commissioned a professional peer review of the design, and commenced the procurement of a construction contractor in March of this year, March 2021. Madam Speaker, a pre-qualification exercise ensured interested contractors were qualified to bid and submit offers. After the submission deadline in July 2021, the Ministry and the specialist consultant selected to assist with the evaluation of bids performed reviews and gave the recommendation of the contract award. With no objection from the funding agency, the government of Belize signed a contract for the Halova Bridge replacement project with M&M Engineering Consultants Limited in the amount of Belize $30,999,991.49. It is anticipated, Madam Speaker, that works will commence immediately with a duration of approximately 24 months. The project will be implemented by the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, Project Execution Unit, while Politecnica Ingenieria ed Arquitectura SC Bridge Specialist Consultants of Italy will provide technical and administrative supervision. Madam Speaker, I will list a couple of the technical details. The Halova Bridge replacement project will install a new multiple span reinforced concrete structure designed to AASHTO standards, immediately downstream of the existing Halova Bridge. The new structure, Madam Speaker, was designed to have two approach spans of 43 meters, which is approximately 141 feet, and a center span of 42.5 meters, which is approximately 139 feet. Totaling, Madam Speaker, a total length of 128.55 meters, which is about 132 feet. 7 Florida Type 72 bulb T girders support each span, providing an overall bridge deck width of 14.9 meters, which is approximately 48.8 feet in width. The new structure accommodates 2 lanes of traffic, including 1.5 meter wide shoulders and dedicated pedestrian sidewalks on both sides. A rigid AASHTO Type 732 concrete barrier separates vehicular and pedestrian traffic. The reinforced concrete deck with precast and pre-stressed elements is founded on reinforced concrete center piers and abutments and driven piles. 2 elevated reinforced concrete approaches of 5 30-meter spans comprising of 7 precast pre-stressed AASHTO Type 4 beams will create a gradual approach from ground level to the bridge deck, which is 6.5 meters above mean sea level, which is approximately 21.52 feet, and providing 4.5 meters of freeboard, which is approximately 14.8 feet, and making the entire bridge a climate-resilient structure. Additional improvements include the addition of modern safety features, including high-visibility signs, lighting, painted lane markings, and safety rails as needed. Also, Madam Speaker, I'd like to report that our structural engineers have done an analysis of the existing bridge structure, and we are proposing to dismantle, refurbish, and replace in certain optimal positions and locations within the country. One of those areas that we believe is a priority is a connection between the Santa Familia village and the area by the branch mouth in the Cayo Northeast area. This, we believe, at this point in time, is one of the best options to be able to reuse the existing structure that's there right now. This, Madam Speaker, after a full analysis, will be presented to Cabinet, and hopefully approval is given so that we do not waste the existing structure that is there. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table.
Presentation of reports from committees.
I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Good morning, everyone. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number HR 33/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Companies Amendment Bill 2021. Number HR 34/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Tax Administration and Procedure Amendment Bill 2021. Number HR 35/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Stamp Duties Amendment Bill 2021. Number HR 36/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Electronic Transfer of Funds Crimes Bill 2021. Thank you.
Members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number HR 37/1/13. Report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Electronic Evidence Bill 2021 and number HR 38/1/13. Report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Belize Constitution 10th Amendment Bill 2021. Thank you very much, Madam.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional papers number HR 39-113, report from the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee on the Data Protection Bill 2021. Number HR 40-113, report from the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee on the Electronic Transactions Bill 2021. And number HR 41-1-13, report from the Public Service, Labor, Industry and Trade Committee on the Public Sector Data Sharing Bill 2021. Thank you.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the National Security and Immigration Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number HR 42/1/13, report from the National Security and Immigration Committee on the Immigration Amendment Bill 2021. Thank you.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Questions to ministers.
I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the wonderful people of Mesopotamia. Will the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, member from Orange Walk Central, say when he will follow through on his promise to reconvene the bipartisan COVID-19 National Oversight Committee?
Madam Speaker, I am going to be kind to the leader of the opposition because we still really don't know who really is leading the UDP. But if the leader of the opposition would have checked with the leader of the party for less than 50% of the members, he would have told you, member, that the Ministry of Health and Wellness did invite the opposition to join the National Medical COVID-19 Response Team. I have a copy of the letter on the 17th of December of 2020, the letter that was written to the leader of the opposition, then Honorable Member from Colette, Patrick Farber. And I will quickly read. It's a short letter. It says, Dear Honorable Farber, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, in its response to curb the spread COVID-19, has highlighted the need for a multi-sectorial public health approach in order to reduce the time from disease detection to response to limit further transmission and reduce the mortality and morbidity of the population. Given the current COVID-19 situation, the Ministry has found it appropriate to engage and develop further and form the National Medical COVID-19 Response Team. In this light, you are asked to nominate a representative to be a part of the response team. In the same instance, request is made for the representative to have a medical background and to have full knowledge of the terminologies used during this initiative. Request is made to kindly confirm your nominee. They give an email address and 2 phone numbers. Sincerely, Dr. Melissa Diaz, Acting Director of Health Services. The letter was also sent to the Belize Network of Non-Government Organizations, who at that time is now the Governor General, Ministerial Salam. They recommended Andre Carrillo, the Executive Director for BERT, and then the Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and they nominated Dr. Jorge Hidalgo. I checked with the Minister of Health, and he assured me that the committee meets once and sometimes twice a month. We were very clear, Madam Speaker, during the elections that we would be dealing with COVID. The way to fight COVID is by science, and that is important to get the politicians them out of the way and allow doctors and nurses and public health officials and people that know what they're talking to lead the way. And they have shown tremendous success since we got in. And I take the opportunity to sincerely thank each and every one of them. Because of them, we've managed to a large extent to control it. Now I know that the other side want to jump up in glee and say, well, it is spread again. Well, it is spreading again simply because, one, the new variant, the Delta variant, is so much more contagious. But more importantly, many people are still reckless and believe that COVID is gone. And secondly, don't want to take the vaccinations. When you look around in Central America and even in the Caribbean, there are so many people that want the vaccine and they cannot get it. And today I can say sincerely and with much pride that from day one we decided that we knew we had to get the vaccines. And the efforts that we did, the vaccine diplomacy that we did, that today I say, Madam Speaker, that we have enough vaccinations to vaccinate every man and woman from the age of 12 all the way to 100. So there should be no excuse why people are getting sick, some of them very sick, and some of them dying because they have not gotten the vaccination. They must get vaccinated if they want to save their lives or save the lives of the people around them, and also to be able to keep this country open so that we can work. We can work, we must, Madam Speaker. So I am a bit disappointed that the leader of the opposition did not check with the leader of the party, because then the leader of the party would have told him that they did get a letter inviting them to nominate a person, and guess what? They either didn't give any interest or importance to this, or decided that they want to do nothing with the government, and they refused to name a member to this committee. So, Madam Speaker, if the leader of the opposition is still interested in nominating a person, go ahead, but please nominate a good person. That's all I'm asking from you. And that will not go and play politics in the group. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I will take you up on that offer. I assure you we will nominate a medical professional. Will the Minister of Health and Wellness please say why COVID-19 restrictions have not been lifted for those citizens who have fully vaccinated?
The Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member from Mesopotamia and the leader of the opposition, I believe that is what he is, for his question. It is a valid one, Madam Speaker, and it is one that we have been discussing time and time again. However, Madam Speaker, to start rolling out the benefits in a more tangible way, we need to have more people vaccinated. Currently, we have 39.7% with one dose and 17% fully vaccinated. This is the only way we can open up our country, sir. What you should invest some time in doing, member, is perhaps traveling on the south side of Belize City, encouraging the constituents of the south side to come out and get vaccinated. This is the way for us to move our country forward, Mr. Leader. This is the only way to protect our people from this deadly virus. No pantry, no community vote, no other assistance can impact the lives of our people like the way the vaccinations can. So please, sir, I invite you to encourage your constituents and the constituents of those on your side to organize and to come out and get vaccinated. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A follow-up question?
Let me hear the question.
The question would be, giving those that are fully vaccinated the benefits of a non-restrictive life, would that not encourage other people to get vaccinated?
I will allow the question that specifically relates, Honorable. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Madam Speaker, when the time comes that we have more persons fully vaccinated, benefits will be accorded to them. Thank you very much.
Statements by ministers.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Families, and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
With your permission, Madam, I rise.
country today. I only want to digress for one moment, Madam Speaker, to say that this week we had a meeting with the Hospice and Palliative Care Foundation, a foundation that is set up to meet the palliative care needs of terminally ill persons in our country. A few selfless souls are offering their time and energies to try to deal with this difficult situation. Madam Speaker, within our ministry, and working together with our ministry, we have our dear Special Envoy for the Development of Families and Children, Mrs. Rosana Briceño. We have the National Commission for Families and Children, the National Women's Commission, the National Council on Aging, our Disabilities Desk headed by Mr. Marshall Nunes. We have our Community Rehabilitation Department, our Family and Women Support Department, and of course the Human Services Department, Madam Speaker. All are equipped and programmed to help, but we cannot do it alone. Along with the Ministry of Human Development and our partners and the entire community, we must get involved in recognizing and working to prevent gender-based violence and the abuse of our children. The networks that we need, our dear Belizean people, involve the family, ministries, faith organizations, the police who are struggling and doing what I consider to be a good job, the business community, the media, non-governmental and community-based organizations. We all need to work together. Everyone, as you have said very poignantly this morning, Madam Speaker, everyone is impacted by gender-based violence and intimate partner violence and the abuse of our children. And everybody can contribute to responding in some way. I therefore make this appeal this morning. Let us work together. Yes, there are agencies such as our Community Rehabilitation Center that offers counseling services for victim assistance. There is health care. We can share information. We must continue our awareness campaigns and our legal responses. And there must be counseling for everyone who has any sort of challenge or need in terms of mental health and the counseling for women and children and families. I plead this morning, let us have reporting on the issues of the day. Let us support the victims of gender-based violence by implementing in a strong way the laws and policies that fight this scourge. Let us educate our children that violence is wrong. Let us continue our rehabilitation programs. Let us continue the legal aid services that we offer. The training of social workers, police, and health professionals. Madam Speaker, I am aware and want to bring it to the table this morning that there is the Employee Assistance Program of the Ministry of the Public Service, and various interventions are taking place, especially with persons of suicidal tendency, to try to make that intervention so that persons who are deeply depressed do not wish to carry forward that wish. Madam Speaker, as I said before, there are community counseling services at the Community Rehabilitation Center, and where in the districts we don't have the types of counseling services, I appeal to persons to network. Let our ministry know, and we will do our level best to help. And let us have support groups so that we can fight against this scourge. In closing, Madam Speaker, let me make the appeal once again and to strike the note that we are in this boat together. I plead with all our families and heads of households, let us take maximum care of our children, not leaving them alone, not allowing for perpetrators and violence perpetrators out there to take advantage of vulnerabilities of our children. Let us be completely vigilant. I think that all of us working together with vigilance can help to fight the scourge. And both in the cases of gender-based violence and the protection of our lovely Belizean children, I plead with all our country this morning, if you see something, say something. Government and every family in Belize, we bear collective responsibility. And I say this morning to our nation, through you, Madam Speaker, with your kindness, we all must play our role. And with that, Madam Speaker, I thank you.
I recognize Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. Madam Speaker, I rise to present a statement from the Ministry of Home Affairs regarding the very serious state of crime and violence in our country. A young Jesuit priest shared with the ministry his reflection on what it takes to lead in this time of COVID. He made things simple, a modern parable, so to speak. He compared leading in COVID times to trying to help a large group of people out of a dark room where the lights had all gone out. He urged us on 3 principles, 3 tools to move people out of that dark place: empathy, gratitude, and vulnerability. Those are the very tools that will return us to and keep us in a safe society. Today, Madam Speaker, we stand in defiance to the doubt, the fear, the disbelief that crime will rob us of our Belize. Any death through an act of violence is an unacceptable tragedy. Of recent, we have been shaking our heads at the minors who have been caught up in gunfire. The heartbreaking story of 9-year-old Jamir McCoy, Rob's wounds still not healed. The young people who have lost lives in a mindless cycle of violence continues to shock us all. Our thoughts and prayers are with all the friends and families of the victims. What must be said loudly is that the responsibility for these crimes lies with the perpetrators of those crimes. Yesterday, after a comprehensive investigation and the cooperation of key witnesses, police were able to arrest and charge the alleged killer of the 2 minors, Jamir McCoy and Lloyd Maivid. Today, Madam Speaker, we are nearing the expiration of a painful state of emergency. I am not afraid to share my personal agony in this option. Sometimes the available medication is bitter. However, unlike previous SOEs, which was the sum total of the last administration's strategy, we are moving with greater precision, greater purpose, and with a unified and cohesive plan of action. The strategy is to use a multi-sectoral and multi-ministerial approach to blitz the areas which are covered under the SOE with remedial work. We are resolved that our partners and our partnerships with stakeholders have a game-changing role to play. The issuing of 40 IT vet scholarships to our most vulnerable, the interventions by the Department of Youth Services and the Leadership Intervention Unit, the announcement of plans for a free education pilot rollout on the south side of Belize City, even during a health crisis, is a demonstration of our government's resolve to address the other pandemic, which has been brewing long before COVID at its root. We have called upon the churches, Madam Speaker, to walk in with us, and they have graciously accepted. The police will be boosting our surveillance camera coverage, sweeping illegal firearms off the streets, to which, Madam Speaker, they have already, very quietly, removed 14 illegal firearms and high-powered weapons under the coverage of the SOE. Human Services will bring their weight to bear in helping with issues of truancy, domestic violence, child abuse, and child neglect in these areas. The Financial Intelligence Unit will launch targeted programs to cut off the financiers of the gangs and seize the assets of the gangs which were secured through monies from criminal enterprises. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister is all in. Our government is all in. He has fearlessly ordered a bare-fisted frontal attack on crime and threats to citizen security. It is an immediate priority. Belizeans must feel and be safe. As we've said before, Madam Speaker, the beginning and the ending of any remedy is not and cannot be to detain gang members. The remedy is what happens in the time you get while these gang members are separated from toxic environments boiling with 13 years of neglect and hurt. Admittedly, Madam Speaker, crime did not start 13 years ago, but the fact that it is now 13-year-olds committing these murders speaks volumes of the deliberate policy of Southside abandonment and systematic collapse at every level by the last administration. Madam Speaker, we know it is a long walk back, but we believe in the long-term success of our plan. In a few days, we celebrate a milestone of independence, and although our country remains pristine compared to our developed friends, Belize can no longer think itself the 40-year-old virgin. But I believe that at heart, Belize is still the glittery-eyed preteen Mr. Price helped birth on September 21st, 1981. The land where you could walk foreshore, buy sonny and tan bun, where you could eat magic shell and swim at Old College. Yes, Madam Speaker, the good old days. The Belize of Belizean movements and Punta rebels. The days when Belize greeted every passerby with a good morning or a good afternoon. The data shows, Madam Speaker, that in Belize, we currently have 469 gang members. This is against 400,000 of us. I like our odds. I believe in our people. I believe that crime does not define us as a nation. I believe in the end, good always wins. I am encouraged because I see the signs. I see the evidence of citizens returning their confidence to work with the police, the renewed resolve of good officers, and a community not wanting to hit rock bottom. Madam Speaker, I am grateful in this fight that the police are not alone anymore. Every call of encouragement, every positive input makes us realize that we are on the right track. Right-minded citizens keep reminding us of their reasonableness and their appreciative support. We know that even though we are cleaning the department of rogue officers, implementing our reform protocols, intensifying our training regiments, and upgrading our crime-fighting assets, that eventually we will start to see the fruits of that labor. They are taking root, Madam Speaker, and growing strength, but ultimately the determining factor of the day, when we all see a safe Belize, will be our return to the God-fearing foundation of our nation's birth. I take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to wish you and all our colleagues and all of Belize a happy 40th birthday. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor, and Local Government.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise this morning to make a statement on the progress that the Ministry of Rural Transformation and Community Development has achieved over the last 8 months in relation, Madam Speaker, to the delivery of clean, safe, potable water to our rural communities. Madam Speaker, our mandate is in keeping with the Sustainable Development Goal number 6, which speaks to providing sustainable clean water and sanitation. Madam Speaker, over the last 8 months, we have worked very hard, very diligently, together with our staff, to ensure that we can deliver and transform the mess that was left by the UDP. Madam Speaker, I cannot explain all the challenges, all the difficulties that we met when we took over this ministry. Systems were abandoned, some for over 6 months, some almost a year. They were not functioning. We met systems where the water board funds were mismanaged and unaccounted for, and nobody seemed to care about anything. This has been a very difficult task, Madam Speaker. But I want to say that I am very proud to say that together with our staff at the Ministry of Rural Transformation and Community Development, Local Government and Labor, we have done significant work across this country. And that is why today, Madam Speaker, I would like to share with the nation some of the accomplishments that we have achieved so far. With your permission, Madam Speaker, I will refer to my notes. Water projects that have been completed. We have the Estrella water system in Corozal, construction of a water tower, pipes, and fittings for this system was completed in July of 2021 at a total cost of $11,095.60. The Sarteneja water system repaired. This is a reverse osmosis water system, and it has been using a friendly operational system, Madam Speaker, and this has been completed to the tune of $103,781.25. The Bullet Tree water system in Cayo. This was a collaborative project with funding from government, unpacked to a total cost of $429,500. This system improved, save, and access potable water to the community of Bullet Tree. This was done by expanding the filtration, treatment, and storage capacity of the water system and using solar power technology to replace the existing grid that was there. Water projects that we are currently working on. San Antonio, Toledo. We are currently working to upgrade that system. As we speak, the pump house is being constructed. The pump has been secured, and we are in the process of installing all those to a total cost of $119,795. This is significant, Madam Speaker, because the people of San Antonio have been waiting for water. They've been having serious problem for the last 2 years. And we went in there, we drilled 4 wells, we were not able to find water, and thank God the 5th well we did, and today we are working on that system, and very soon San Antonio is going to have safe, clean, potable water to all the residents, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, under the Belize Social Investment Fund, the Basic Trust Deeds Fund, we are also working on the San Jose, San Pablo, Orange Walk water system to a total cost of US $665,065. This will include the construction of a production well and a water supply system with wash basins and other amenities to ensure that the community has safe, clean, potable water. Madam Speaker, this project is currently under implementation and it is 61% completed. In Criquehute, we have the construction of a production well and a water supply system, and again, wash training activities. This project is under implementation and also 63% completed. The Criquehute water system is being built at a total cost of US $600,000. We are also drilling in several communities, Madam Speaker. In Hopkins, the well collapsed, and this has caused a serious problem for the residents of Hopkins. We had to go in there, we drilled a well. Unfortunately, they did not give enough water, so we are also in the process of drilling another well. We will continue to do what we have to do until we can secure clean, safe, potable water for Hopkins, Madam Speaker. Santa Rosa, San Roman. 2 weeks ago, we were in there. Again, their system had collapsed. I'm happy to report that we have drilled that well. It is now producing between 70 and 80 gallons per minute, which is sufficient to supply both communities. That project is currently waiting for electrification to the well site so that we can get water to those communities as well. Upcoming water projects. We have the PACT Adaptation Fund. This is securing water resources through solar energy and innovative management systems. This is to a total grant of US $4,970,000. If we are successful, Madam Speaker, we are hoping to ensure that we get water to Dolores in the Toledo District, Boom Creek in the Toledo District, Copper Bank in Corozal, Otosha in Toledo. We are currently doing a technical review of the concept note, and we are going to be sending this to the Adaptation Fund, and we are hoping that they will approve it so that we can get the work going to these communities. We're also working through the intra-ACP EU Global Climate Change Alliance. This will see infrastructural upgrade of water systems in Santa Familia, Billy White. Both systems are using the river as its main water source with no source of treatment. The proposal is to install a filtration and chlorination system for these communities at a total cost of Belize $650,000. Through the Belize Social Investment Fund, the CARICOM Development Fund, we are looking at the rehabilitation of the following systems. We have Mahogany Heights at $106,500, Georgeville in Cayo at $109,853. This is US dollars. So let me repeat that. Georgeville, US, $109,853,000. For San Antonio, Toledo, this is in addition to what we are currently doing right now. That system is also going to be rehabilitated at a total cost of $150,000 US dollars. These projects are at the stage where tendering for the execution of works should be completed by December 2021, and work shall commence immediately to be completed by April of 2022. So we are moving on this system as well. Madam Speaker, the Belize Social Investment Fund, we're also looking at other areas. Libertad Concepcion in Corozal at a total of US $700,000. Work shall commence in September 2021 and shall be completed by May 2022. In Bullet Tree, again, we want to continue to support that system. We want to expand the system that is there. I say we have a sustainability assessment will be undertaken on the current water supply through the engagement of a design and supervision consultant undertaken by January 2022, followed by works commencing in July 2022 and completion in February of 2023. And then finally, through the Belize Social Investment Fund, the Basic Needs Trust Fund, we're also looking at other systems, new water systems for Mabilha, Mofriday, and Halakte in the Toledo district. This project is in the process of gathering information and doing all the necessary work to ensure that we can get these water systems up and running for these communities. Madam Speaker, and I want to speak to the nation, this is significant work, and it goes to demonstrate that in the last 8 months, we have been working very hard to ensure that we can deliver to the residents of Belize, particularly in the rural area. And I want to say that we have a total of 192 villages with a total of 108 water boards across this country. So it's a very significant responsibility, and we will continue to support our water boards across this country. We're also looking under our Ministry of Rural Development at the EU electrification project. This initiative forms part of the national development objective related to the increased levels of access to energy services, which will add to the national policy and the UN SDG 7 affordable and clean energy. There are 36 villages within the country of Belize that have no access to electricity. Under this project, 9 villages will be chosen in the first instance based on a specific selection criteria tool to install mini-grids in these areas, which will aid in allowing these villages and communities to have access to electricity, water, and telecommunication. This is at a total cost of 4.5 million euros. This is significant, Madam Speaker. I also want to say that I am very happy to report to the nation that work is well underway in the completion of the mini-grid for Medina Bank, Golden Stream, and Indian Creek. We are hoping that that system is going to be up and running and commissioned by October of this year. So we are serious. We are bringing electricity. We are bringing energy to these communities. We are transforming the lives of our people, Madam Speaker. That is what this government is committed to do. Madam Speaker, one of the greatest challenges, as I said earlier in my opening remarks, is just managing these water boards across this country. We met a complete mess from where some systems were being managed properly and accounting for the funds to others where there was absolutely non-compliance, absolutely no reports, funds mismanaged and misused. This is a serious problem, and we are going to fix this. We are working on that. Another major challenge that we met is that we have encountered many systems across this country where it seems that the political will was not there to ensure that they looked at the sustainability of these water systems. and hence no water meters were installed when these systems were built. We have several water systems across this country, and very big water systems, such as Hopkins. You know, they got a project through the EU. Water meters were installed, but some politician decided that, you know what, they were not going to use the meters, and that the residents were only going to pay a flat rate. This has severely impacted the delivery of the service to the community, and hence today why we have so many problems in Hopkins. San Antonio, Toledo, the same thing. Paying a flat rate. There is no way that these systems can be maintained at a flat rate. And that is why going forward, our policy at the ministry is that all the systems across this country must be put on their feet to ensure sustainability. And we will ensure that every system across this country is meterized. That is very important for us, Madam Speaker. And I want to say that I am very grateful to the Prime Minister, to Cabinet, and my colleagues on this side of the House for their support, because every so often when these systems fail, we have to be going and, you know, seeking additional funding, because these systems do not have in place a sustainability plan. Those are the things that we are changing, Madam Speaker. And I just want to quickly speak on the matter of Progreso, because I saw something being put out there by Juan Tony Herrera, basically trying to chastise the government because, you know, they do not have water. I believe it's about 5 or 6 days they've been having problems. Well, their pump has gone down, their system has gone down, and the water board has been mismanaged under the UDP for the last 13 years, and they have no funds. So we have to be going to the Ministry of Finance to secure those funds. And I am happy to report this morning that the Ministry of Finance has approved the funds, and they are going to be released, and by next week, we are going to make sure we get water for Progreso. So Tony Herrera, you better shut up, because uno never do phone apart. And I want to remind the member on the other side, the member from Corozal North, he was the Minister of Rural Development, did not lift a finger to help Shunush, Sartedeja, Progreso, and the rest of the communities. Even Pachacan, we have gone into to provide support for them. This is what we are about. We are about delivery of service and working for the people of this country. That is what we promised under Plan Belize, and that is what we are doing to transform this nation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, without taking too much time, I just want to say that I want to speak a little bit as it relates to water board financials. Some water boards have been, as I said, severely mismanaged under the previous administration. Below are a few examples of boards that have been clearly mismanaged the water board financials. And this ranges from 2017 to 2021. We need to fix this. Under Section 22(3), the Village Council Act is very clear. It says that vouchers shall be signed by the chairperson and at least one of the other 2 officers authorized to approve payments. In many instances, only chairpersons were approving payments for all cash vouchers from 2017 to 2021. Board issued vouchers to record expense, but the payee did not sign the voucher as proof that he or she received payment. 90% of expenses to the boards were paid by cash, and no check payments were considered for such payments as mandated by the regulation. There, in many instances, have been a high cash on hand, at these water systems. So these are some of the problems that we have been facing. And I just want to very quickly highlight, Madam Speaker, some of these systems and to show to the nation the kind of mismanagement that they were doing. We have, for instance, San Isidro Water Board. This water board has an outstanding bill of $5,150 to BL. Since 2016, Since 2016, Madam Speaker, $37,174.17 has disappeared from multiple chairpersons in San Isidro. This cannot continue. This cannot continue. The people of these communities are paying their money, and this is totally unacceptable. $37,174.17 unaccounted for, Madam Speaker. And I will tell you, we had one who went to see me. He had the face to say to me, please don't change me from the water board because I still owe and I want to pay it back. One Edis Cruz who owes the water board $19,749.70. Another Ermelinda Pop who owes over $7,600. Another Tito Scal, $8,030. This is totally unacceptable, Madam Speaker. These are the things that we are working to correct. Mr. Leader, hold your horse there, Mr. Leader, because you know how to turn 12 years and you didn't do anything to fix it. And you were the Deputy Prime Minister before you were removed. Madam Speaker, the recommendations. The Ministry of Rural Transformation is undertaking a comprehensive review of all water boards to see where and why the mismanagement happens and what necessary changes need to be made to guide these water boards to sustainably manage their water systems. The government has as one of its promises in its Plan Belize manifesto to amend legislation to abolish politically appointed water boards and to transfer responsibility to village councils. Our ministry is currently working on the amendments to ensure that these amendments are reflected in the Village Council Act. We are working to equip our RCDOs and officers with the necessary equipment and training to train these water board members on how to efficiently and effectively manage the system. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to report also that we're about to complete our 3-year strategic plan for the Ministry of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Local Government, and Labor. We will have a clear map of where we want to take this ministry. In concluding, Madam Speaker, I take the opportunity to thank the hardworking staff at our ministry for all their hard work and support. We truly are very grateful for all the work of our staff. And finally, as I speak to the nation, I want to ask our communities, let us work together. Yes, there is a lot of work, but we must collaborate and support each other. We need to have patience because together with God's help, we will deliver and we will transform this nation. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to make a statement on behalf of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and with your permission, Madam Speaker, I'll be referring to my notes. Before I begin, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank each and every person in Kai on Earth for their words of encouragement and messages of support. But mostly, I want to thank them for their patience and understanding during this difficult time that we face as a nation. You see, Madam Speaker, while the entire team at the Ministry of Health and Wellness has been working tirelessly to contain the third wave of the COVID pandemic and have simultaneously rolled out a countrywide vaccination drive, one I am very proud of, and one in which we were able to vaccinate over 60,000 persons in 1 month. Additionally, we have now vaccinated over 13,000 adolescents with the Pfizer vaccine, and that is in keeping in line with our strategy to get back our young people to face-to-face teaching as soon as possible. And Madam Speaker, thanks to the efforts of our Prime Minister, we now have the Johnson & Johnson vaccination in our country. All of this is being done while simultaneously holding together our overall healthcare system one that was abandoned by the UDP during their 13 years of administration. But while all of this is happening, Madam Speaker, those on the other side, along with their surrogates, have been busy trying to detract from the work being done to stem the spread of this deadly virus. They have been hard at work spreading misinformation and trying to tarnish the credibility of the Ministry of Health and Wellness by trying to shake the confidence of the Belizean people. But the Belizean people know them, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, Standing Order 38, you shall not impute improper motives to any other member of this chamber. So he's talking about us spreading any type of propaganda or trying to undermine the Ministry of Health. That is in violation of the standing orders, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Leader of Opposition. Honorable member, you may proceed, Honorable Minister. Just let us please remember that we do have this rule book, and that if we can do our best not, or to refrain, let me rephrase that, to refrain from any possible motive.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm guided. It sounds to me that the hug will get licked, that the one will scream the loudest, Madam Speaker, but I guess that word hug is reserved.
Member, please, may I ask you to strike that? It's not even in the language of the Parliament and will be difficult in any event, but we who speak Creole clearly understand. Can I ask you to take that back?
I don't think that the honourable member from Coronado is in any way suggesting that anybody on the other side is a hug. It's just a saying that you use in Creole, that the one way ball, that the one way get a lick. That's all he was saying, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Thank you, members. I will refer to the language of Parliament being English for a reason. Member?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm guided. Madam Speaker, in a time when we should be united to save our country, they display their signature divide and conquer act and double down on misinforming the public and maligning all those hard at work, proving, Madam Speaker, that neither in office nor in opposition do they bring anything good to Belize. Madam Speaker, before getting into the details of the tendering process, the opposition has caused some confusion in the public domain as it relates to GMP. What the UDP did during their time was to skew the purchase of medication and pharmaceutical supplies to their preferred suppliers, thereby hurting the Belizean public who were denied access to quality medication. Known brands such as Excedrin, aspirin, Tylenol, Advil, and Aleve became difficult to obtain. Manufacturers such as GlaxoSmithKline, Bayer, discontinued their distribution of good medication to Belize. This is in addition to known generic brands, major and quality choice could not be imported. By adding GDP as a qualifier, what this administration has done is to open up the market to quality medication for the benefit of the Belizean people. We are here to serve the people, and that is what we are doing at the Ministry of Health and Wellness. They have tried for the past few weeks to bring into disrepute the tendering process and the quality of pharmaceuticals and supplies, which, Madam Speaker, I find to be a slap in the face of all those public officers and members of the medical community who spent countless hours meeting to assess and to select the best medication for the benefit of the health of all Belizeans. For context, Madam Speaker, for the year 2020-21, under the UDP administration, they did not bother to go through a tendering process. That is how blatant the corruption was under the UDP. What they did was to just roll over the contracts of those suppliers who were their friends and cronies from the year before, while blowing the budget by an additional $1.5 million. Madam Speaker, under the previous administration, the pharmaceutical wholesalers of this country were so frustrated with the blatant corruption and favoritism that they stopped bidding. Under the UDP, 18 vendors supplied this entire country, while, Madam Speaker, under this administration, hope and fair play has been restored. This year, we advertised the tenders in the local newspaper and on the ministry's Facebook page. And this year, 44 submissions were made, and after review by the tender committee, a whopping 34 successful bidders were awarded contracts. 34, Madam Speaker, almost double the amount of vendors from the years before under the UDP's Ministry of Health. Not only has the tendering process widened the vendor base, Madam Speaker, but it has also yielded a saving of $4.3 million, which represents a 34.12% savings. And this savings, Madam Speaker, could not have come at a better time when we are putting all our efforts to combat this COVID pandemic. At this time, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank all the members of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the President of the Medical and Dental Council, and the members from the Ministry of Finance that sat on this tender committee, also the Contractor General and the staff at the Ministry of Finance for ensuring prudence, transparency, and accountability. Madam Speaker, we are also in the process of reviewing all contracts as it relates to the leasing of equipment, as it has been brought to my attention that many of them are under predatory conditions which we will not tolerate. Those on the other side are hell-bent on disrupting the good work we have been doing, but we will not relent.
Madam Speaker, again he is imputing improper motives. I have stood in this House over and over again, encouraging people to get vaccinated, applauding the work of the government of Belize and the Ministry of Health.
Point taken.
So who is he talking about?
Point taken, Leader of the Opposition. We have another point.
Yes. Madam Speaker, may I, please?
Is it a point of order?
It is a point of order, Madam Speaker.
What is the point of order?
One does not interrupt when someone is making a statement, and if there is imputation of improper motive, it is to an individual. There is no rule or order, standing order, Madam Speaker, that says that in giving a statement, a minister cannot say that the other side or the previous administration was doing wrong. That is my point of order, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I've heard the point of order. Leader of Opposition, I've heard the point of order. The point has been made rather very clearly. Just for clarification, members, point of orders can be raised at any time in the proceedings. On the statement by minister, one also has to be careful of parliamentary language. Therefore, Honourable Member for Kayo North, please proceed with the guidance issued before.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we will be coming to them to account for the 5 containers of expired medication that accumulated under their watch. Madam Speaker, let me thank the folks at the Ministry of Health and Wellness and our healthcare workers for the countless hours that they put in for this nation. Madam Speaker, I want to inform the nation that we keep testing those persons who have been in contact and who are exhibiting symptoms, and we are looking at more ways of opening new testing sites to facilitate this process. Madam Speaker, I encourage those on the other side to, instead of being negative and divisive, to roll up their sleeves and let us work together. Let us work together to get Belize through this health crisis that we are facing. And finally, Madam Speaker, I want to encourage everyone to get out and get vaccinated, to social distance, to wear their mask, and to wash their hands. We need to bring down the numbers across this country, Madam Speaker, and it is only with all of us working together can we accomplish this. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to provide for the regulation of securities business and activities and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, as a short explanation to this bill, and it's non-controversial, simply what we're trying to do is to have, we are recognized that in Belize access to credit is limited to a few traditional banks and credit unions, and of course some pawn shops, where then the the interest is outrageous. It's almost verging on criminal. Now the interest margin, and that is the margin that the interest rate that you charge the customer and the interest that you pay on deposits, it's very wide. It's about 7%. And in many jurisdictions in more developed countries where there's a financial market, that spread, as you call, is a lot smaller, probably an average of 3%. Now, such high interest margins in the financial sector of Belize provides for an opportunity for the development of a capital market, as recognized and supported in our administration, in Plan Belize. That's what we want to do in our manifesto and the Economic Recovery Plan, with the objective of enabling access to cheaper credit to businesses and individuals in Belize. Now, the Securities Industry Bill seeks to provide a regulatory framework for securities business in Belize that is consistent with international standards and practices. The objective of the bill is to support the development of Belize's securities markets in an orderly manner by providing for the protection of investors, ensuring fair, efficient and transparent markets, reducing systemic risk, and protecting the reputation of the jurisdiction. It places greater emphasis on matters relating to consumer protection, directing how securities business is conducted, covering a wider array of entities, establishing requirements for public issuance of securities, and continuing disclosure, and providing for powers to take enforcement action. The main prohibitions and requirements in the bill can be summarized as the following. A, prohibition from conducting securities business or a market without registration. B, requirements of a prospectus and other disclosures when issuing securities to the public. C, requirements for continuous disclosure of audited financials, reports and other information pertinent to investors' decision-making. D, governance requirements for registered persons and market participants with respect to the composition and qualification of their boards of directors, codes of conduct and ethics for directors and officers, conflict of interest procedures. E, requirements for entities, their owners, directors and officers to be fit and proper. F, requirements for annual financials to be audited by an approved auditor. And G, requirements to keep books and records. Ultimately, enactment of this bill represents the fulfillment of one of Plan Belize's commitments to develop capital markets with a view to enable access to cheaper credit to businesses and individuals in Belize. Madam Speaker, I'm asking for this, the second and third reading, for everyone to support this bill. Thank you.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to provide for the regulation of securities business and activities and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to exempt public officers from the charge of stamp duties on certain instruments and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, is simply a part of the consultation process that we had with unions, and recognizing that many of them, because of the 10% reduction in salaries, that we wanted to find ways how we can try to assist the public service officers during this difficult period. And one of the things we were saying is that we will be making $50 million available through the financial institutions, and expecting that then we can reduce the interest rates, and this will allow then the public officers to shop around for a better deal, for a lower interest rate, probably longer payback period, so that their payments can be reduced. And the idea here is that whenever they do these changes, they go to another bank or they refinance, they have to pay stamp duty. So by this bill, the amendment, the amendment to the Stamp Duties Act, Madam Speaker, will simply allow these public officers to exempt them from charges on stamp duties on certain instruments. This is not for anything, that's for them go buy a car or whatever it is that they want to do. It's only for certain instruments that we have agreed with them during the consultation process. Madam Speaker, this bill has a recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duty Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to exempt public officers from the charge of stamp duties on certain instruments and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all the stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to allow for payments out of the fund to be paid to the Attorney General's Ministry for expenses in relation to the mutual legal assistance and the fight against transnational organized crimes and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental to. Again, Madam Speaker, as a short explanation, the Attorney General's Ministry, or the Attorney General is the designated central authority under 3 pieces of legislation that deal with the mutual legal assistance, namely Section 4.1 of the Mutual Legal Assistance and International Cooperation Act 2014, Section 5.14, Section 5 of the Caribbean Treaty on Mutual Legal Assistance in Serious Criminal Matters Act, Chapter the Caribbean Treaty on Mutual Legal Assistance in Serious Criminal Matters Act, Chapter 17, 05, Revised Edition 2011, and Section 4.1 of the Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters, Belize USA Act, Chapter 103.01. As the central authority, the Attorney General provides a gamut of assistance to foreign states, which include the tracing, the seizing, freezing, and forfeiting the procedures of these instrumentalities of crime. Now, pursuant to Section 75B of the MLTPA, the Attorney General makes applications to the court for the seizing or forfeiting of the proceeds or instrumentalities of crime on behalf of the foreign state. The proceeds that are successfully secured under the enforcement of a forfeiture order, the funds are placed in the Belize Confiscated and Forfeited Assets Fund under Section 9.1 of the MLPTA, a special account set up by the central bank. The proposed amendments will now allow the Attorney General's ministry then to be able to recover the expenses that it incurs in executing of any request by foreign states from this special fund. So in effect, we spend money to help foreign states to get back these monies, but there is no provision for us then to recoup the monies that we spent in trying to get this money for a foreign state. The bill also has what we call a sweep-up clause that allows the Attorney General to assist foreign states under the MLTPA or any mutual legal assistance arrangement we have with foreign states. The Attorney General's ministry is currently assisting with several forfeiture requests by foreign states that are currently in process, and once they are finalized, the proceeds will be deposited in this special fund and the Belize Confiscated and Forfeiture Assets Fund. And these amendments, this enactment will then allow the Attorney General's ministry to recoup its expenses and recover whatever monies they have spent. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
If you were to allow me, Madam Speaker, sorry.
Bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition, to allow for payment out of the fund to be paid to the Attorney General Ministry for expenses in relation to mutual legal assistance and the fight against transnational organized crime, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour due opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour due opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. All those in favor kindly say aye. Yeah. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, because of the nature of this bill in the Attorney General's office trying to recoup some of their expenses and what they're working on, I'm asking the indulgence of this House that in accordance with Standing Order number 49.1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Court of Appeal Act, Chapter 90 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to enlarge the time limits for appealing and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. This bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. And with your permission, Madam Speaker, just to provide, by way of introduction, some context and justification. Section 16(1) and 2 of the Court of Appeal Act provides time limits for filing a notice of appeal or grounds of appeal. Subsection 3 of Section 16 provides for an extension of time limits under subsections 1 and 2, where the appellant shows that he or she has been unavoidably prevented from filing their notice of appeal or grounds of appeal. Order 2, Rule 4.2 of the Court of Appeal Rules provides a time limit of 7 days for service of notice of appeal. Now, the words unavoidably prevented are very restrictive in its interpretation and unfairly prevents meritorious appeals from going forward. And in the same vein, it has been seen necessary to consider an amendment to Order 2, Rule 4.2 of the Court of Appeal Rules to allow the court to enlarge or abridge time for service of a notice of appeal. So the government has considered the provisions, the Attorney General's office has considered the provisions in the old Court of Appeal Rules of the Eastern Caribbean and have adopted their approach to providing for an abridgment or enlargement of time as the justice of the case may require. And so, Madam Speaker, this bill provides for an amendment to both Section 16.3 of the Court of Appeal Act and Order 2, Rule 4.2 of the Court of Appeal Rules to provide for this abridgment or enlargement of time for the filing of a notice of appeal or grounds of appeal as the court sees fit in the pursuit of justice.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
A bill for an act to amend the Court of Appeal Act, Chapter 90 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to enlarge the time limit for appeal and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order number 49.1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the next stages of the bill be taken forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Summary Jurisdiction Offences Act, Chapter 98 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to increase the penalty for the offense of spreading or publishing false news and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. And again, Madam Speaker, with your permission, I will provide some context by way of introduction very briefly. The outbreak of the COVID-19 health crisis in China in the late 2019 and its subsequent expansion to countries around the world has led to a public health crisis on a global scale. As soon as the outbreak was made public, governments around the world began to take measures to contain the spread of the virus and save lives. In February of 2020, the World Health Organization described the rapid growth of COVID-19 related misinformation as an infodemic. An infodemic is defined as an overabundance of information, some accurate and some not, that makes it hard for people to find trustworthy sources or reliable guidance when they need it. The flood of information related to the COVID-19 pandemic presents a challenge in itself. In addition to accurate information, there is disinformation and misinformation about possible cures or remedies for the COVID-19 virus, the origin of the disease, the details of particular cases, the efficacy of government policies, and much more. Often, Internet users share misleading or inaccurate information inadvertently out of concern for their loved ones. In some cases, bad actors do so to exploit societal fears and sow discord, to interfere with responses to the ongoing health crisis, or to profit from the crisis. Misinformation and disinformation represent a serious challenge in addressing a viral epidemic or other public health crises. Governments are right to take the threat of misinformation seriously. They should develop policies to effectively halt the spread of myths and to counter deliberate disinformation campaigns. However, despite the threat posed by misinformation and disinformation, any restrictions, Madam Speaker, on the dissemination of supposedly false information must, of course, comply with the requirements of legality, legitimacy, necessity, and proportionality, as any such restrictions will affect the right to freedom of expression as protected by Section 12 of the Belize Constitution. So currently, Madam Speaker, under the Summary Jurisdiction Offences Act, it is an offence for a person to spread false news that creates public alarm or produces detriment which can be utilized to combat misinformation and disinformation about COVID-19. Section 319 of the Summary Jurisdiction Act states that it is an offense if a person maliciously fabricates or knowingly spreads abroad or publishes, whether by writing or by word of mouth or otherwise, any false news or false report tending to create or foster public alarm or to produce public detriment. So instead of prescribing a specific provision to address spreading of false news in relation to COVID-19, the provision under the Summary Jurisdiction Offences Act is best suited to combat the threat of misinformation and disinformation. The offence under Section 319 is not committed unless certain elements are satisfied, and as such, it is not an offence that can be used arbitrarily to censor individuals or deprive them of their right to freedom of expression, unless such expression creates a public detriment and that individual did so intentionally. Given the serious implications that can result from the spread of false information, the penalty in relation to this offense is a fine of $3,000 or imprisonment for a term of 6 months. So, Madam Speaker, this is what this bill seeks to achieve.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an Act to amend the Summary Jurisdiction Offence Act, Chapter 98 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to increase the penalty for the offences of spreading or publishing false news and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Motion relating to the business or sitting of the House.
Recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that at its rising today, the House adjourn at a date to be fixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House at its rising today adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move where Section 22 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act, Chapter 15 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, requires that the government shall, before disposing of any public assets with an aggregate value of or above $2 million, obtain the approval of the National Assembly to be signified by a resolution made in that behalf and published in the Gazette. And whereas, by an agreement made on the 19th day of October 2020, the original agreement between the Government of Belize and the Nature Conservancy, TNC, the parties agreed to cooperate in promoting the long-term protection and conservation of the natural resources of Belize, and in particular, its natural ecosystems, including flora, fauna, forest, and wildlife therein. And whereas at the end, the government and have TNC agreed to cooperate in the implementation of a strategy and mutual undertaking of the parties, whereby TNC will finance the acquisition of certain lands, conservation lands, in Belize to be held upon trust by the Belize Maya Forest Trust, the trustee, a non-for-profit company for the benefit of the government and people of Belize for the protection and conservation of their natural ecosystems, flora, fauna, and wildlife in perpetuity. And the government undertook to grant TNC, through the trustee, certain stamp duty and land tax exempts for a period of 50 years, licenses, and all carbon rights and credits associated therewith, and proceeds of sale in respect thereof regarding the said lands, to be held in trust by the trustee for the sole use and benefit of the conservation, protection, and maintenance of the conservation lands. And whereas, by virtue of an agreement supplemental to the original agreement made between the government and TNC, dated the 31st day of August 2021, a supplemental agreement, TNC has agreed, among other things, that land taxes shall apply in the conservation lands, and that after certain acquisition costs, endowment costs, and management costs are reimbursed, the government shall have the exclusive right to determine the use and disposition of such excess or surplus amounts of proceeds of sale of the carbon rights and credits associated therewith. And whereas, by virtue of the Constitution of Belize, carbon rights and credits associated therewith are vested in the government of Belize and therefore constitute public assets. And whereas the carbon rights and credits associated therewith in connection with the conservation lands which the government agreed to transfer to the trustee pursuant of the original agreement as amended by the supplemental agreement have an aggregate value in excess of $2 million. Now therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House approves the government of Belize to transfer to the Belize Maya Forest Trust the carbon rights and credits associated therewith in connection with the conservation lands for the sole use and benefit of the conservation, protection, and maintenance of the conservation lands, provided that after certain acquisition costs, endowment costs, and management costs are reimbursed in accordance with the terms of the original agreement as amended by the supplemental agreement, the government shall have exclusive right to determine the use and disposition of such excess or surpluses amount of proceeds of sale of the carbon rights and credits associated with. Madam Speaker, just to give a little bit more in explanation, as a form of explanation, as I mentioned earlier, that in last year, October 19th, TNC entered into agreement with the government of Belize and through the then minister responsible for natural resources, under which TNC agreed to finance a sum of $72.5 million for the acquisition of a newly constituted trust, the Maya Forest Trust, the MF Trust, of roughly 260,000 acres, referred to as the MFT lands. Now, this trust would hold the Maya Forest Trust lands on trust for the benefit and for the government and people of Belize for conservation, as I've already mentioned. Now, once we became aware of this agreement, something that we immediately felt was a good thing that was started in the previous government. We realized that there were certain things that had to be fixed. And so the government undertook, among other things, one, to waive applicable stamp duties on the transfer of the MFT lands to the MF Trust, to waive all land taxes on the MFT lands for 50 years, and to permit the trustee of the Maya Forest Trust to retain, market, and sell any and all verified carbon credits or offsets in respect of the MFT lands for the sole use and benefit of the conservation, management, and protection, as I have already explained. Now, if you allow me, Madam Speaker, at the same time, simultaneously, the government was negotiating with two groups. And so, if you allow me, I can talk a little bit about since it's all together, I will talk about the second motion to explain. And in October 19th, and this is the Maya Forest Corridor Trust Agreement, the MFCT agreement. And again, on October 19th, 2020, R.E. Wild, that's the name of the NGO, similarly entered into agreement with GOB, with the government of Belize, through the minister responsible for natural resources, and Wild agreed to finance the sum of $21.5 million for the acquisition by a trust to the newly constituted Maya Forest Corridor Trust. And the same agreement was done as was done in the previous one. Since we became aware of this agreement, our administration, our government, noted that there are certain defects in each of the agreements and in the absence of fair consideration of certain undertakings. So our government has accordingly sought in renegotiation certain terms of the agreement. Based on legal advice from the Attorney General's Ministry, the defects included A, the Minister of Lands lacking the legal authority without the approval of the National Assembly to agree to a waiver of land taxes, and none was had at the time of the signing of the agreement. Before the Minister of Lands, the Honorable Member from Corozal North, could have signed off on these land taxes because of the amount that we're talking about, well, with any land tax, he needed the approval of the National Assembly before he signed off on that agreement. And secondly, there was this apparent misunderstanding of who owns the carbon credits, the carbon sequestration, and that's associated with the carbon credits, and offsets, vest and requirements of the legislature approval. Again, these carbon sequestration or the carbon credits belong to the people of Belize, to the government and people of Belize. And again, the minister would have needed the permission from the National Assembly to be able to give up these assets that again are of a sizable amount. So we brought this up to both groups and explained to them that there was these legal issues that we have to address. And I must tell you, Madam Speaker, that we are very pleased that the negotiations were without rancor. It was one way of mutual respect, and both parties having the very same view of wanting to ensure that we could conserve these lands in perpetuity. So after a few months of negotiations, TNC and the government of Belize, subject to Cabinet's approval, have agreed to the following by way of a proposed supplemental agreement to be entered between TNC and GOV, called the MFT Supplemental Agreement. A, that land taxes shall be payable on the MFT lands at a rate of $1.40 per acre. The discounted price. The previous government, they were giving free. We're saying, please pay something, just something small. This will yield at approximately $364,000 per annum, or $18,200,000 over a period of 50 years. Which, as I said, would have otherwise been foregone by the past UDP administration. On B, any excess carbon credits offset sale proceeds on the existing carbon sequestered over and above the $54.5 million being being 50% of the acquisition cost, interest and expenses, or roughly $38.5 million US. 100% of the endowment cost capped at $15 million US, and management costs are capped at $1.1 million US. Remember what the WAP we got with the settlement from BTL when they say all of that going to untrust, and then all of that money was taken out because of expenses, where we ensure that there was going to be a cap. All of that money will be spent in Belize as exclusively determined by the government of Belize. So based on the pre-feasibility estimates of carbon sequestered in respect to the Maya Forest Trust lands, this could in time yield a further $20 million for the use of the government of Belize, or even more, depending on the carbon markets. See, TNC and the MFT trustee will work with GOV to secure investments of approximately $20 million over the next 10 years in order to improve regenerative agriculture and climate resilient land management in the region of the Maya Forest Trust lands. And D, in the interest of promoting active Belizean involvement, management, and ownership in conservation, the Belize Maya Trust Fund trustee will transition to a fully independent local NGO to be governed by a majority Belizean board of directors with representation from relevant stakeholders, including the government of Belize. As part of this process, the BMFT trustee Articles of Association will be amended to expand membership to reflect local representation. The final membership and board composition will be determined as part of the MFT trustees' succession plan over the next 6 months. Now, please allow me also to explain on the other one that I'll be reading on the other motion shortly. Rewild and GOB, subject to Cabinet's approval, which we have approved, have also similarly agreed to the following. And this is on the Maya Forest Corridor Trust. They have agreed to the following by way of a proposed supplemental agreement to be entered into between Rewild and GOB, what we call the Maya Forest Corridor Trust Supplemental Agreement, the MFCT Supplemental Agreement. Again, land taxes shall be payable on the MFCT lands at a rate of $1.40 per acre. This will yield approximately $42,000 per annum, or $2.1 million over the period of 50 years, again, which should have been foregone by the previous UDP administration. Any excess carbon credits, offsets, sales proceeds on existing carbon sequestered over and above 15 million US, being 50% of the acquisition cost, interest and expenses, or roughly 11 million US dollars, and 100% of the endowment cost capped at 4 million US will be spent in Belize as exclusively determined by the government of Belize. And in the interest, in the interest of promoting active Belizean involvement, management, and ownership in conservation, the Belize Maya Forest Corridor Trustee will be a fully independent local NGO and is already now governed by a majority Belizean board of directors with representation from relevant stakeholders, including the government of Belize. Madam Speaker, I also have a joint press release from the Nature Conservancy and Rewild, along with the government of Belize, pretty much where they are looking at this as something, it's like a breakthrough, something new that has never been accomplished before, and looking at Belize as a trailblazer when it comes to conservation, but at the same time making sure and for everyone to understand that the carbon credits or the carbon sequestration belongs exclusively to the people and the government of Belize. We also want to thank TNC because they are they have committed to fund another $20 million over 10 years to help the local farmers in the areas around these protected areas. So, Madam Speaker, it's something that once it started off under the previous government, we are very proud that we could have accomplished that kind of delicate negotiations, because we did not want to scare away these conservation groups, TNC and Rewild, because they were providing these monies that can help generations to come. In many instances, there are our citizens that don't really appreciate or comprehend how important these protected areas are for Belize present and for future generations. I remember speaking with a member from Corozal North. I think it was last year when we were talking about the drought that affected us in the north the previous year. And the point that he made, and he is perfectly right, is that the drought affected the Corozal district more than it affected the Orange Walk district. And the reason why it was more severe in the Corozal district is because in Orange Walk we have these large reserves, these forest reserves. They help to produce water, help to produce rain in our lands. So it is very important for our our citizens to understand how important these reserves are and to ensure that we can protect our trees. There are many people that just want a permit just to go and cut down the trees to go and sell, make a few bucks, but don't realize how severe the effect is going to have presently and also in the years to come. So, Madam Speaker, I took this opportunity just to be able to explain this motion, Madam Speaker. So,
I call on the Leader of Opposition. I recognize. Yes. 1 second. We just wanted to clarify, members, if the motions are similar and if we can debate them together. So we're asking indulgence if that could be done, just clarifying. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister. And after that, I'll come back.
Madam Speaker, can I ask your indulgence that we can debate both motions together? That's one. And secondly, I also seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to have the motions be taken through all the stages today. And the reason why we're asking that it be taken through stages today is because of it's more timely. We need to sign up on this ASAP to get this thing going. So I ask the indulgence of the other side also on going through all the stages today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Leader of Opposition.
Thank you.
One second.
Clarification, Madam Speaker. The second motion will be read.
If our colleagues on the other side of the House would allow me to read the other motion, and then we could debate both, because they're pretty much the same thing.
All right, members, let me put some clarity so we can move. Both motions are similar, or at least they're connected. The question is that there are two questions, that motions be read and debated as one together, and the second is that the motions be taken through all the stages this day. All those in favor, kindly say aye. All those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I believe that should clear up the ambiguity just now. Before I continue, it would require, Prime Minister, for you to then read the second motion. The second motion now needs to be read as well. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish you could have found how you could make these motions a little shorter, but I'm sorry?
The recital.
Just say the recital? Okay, well, I'm glad you're helping me here. Madam Speaker, where is section?
Welcoming.
Where's section 22 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act? Sorry.
Just to now, therefore.
Yes, Madam Speaker, whereas Section 22 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act, Chapter 15 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, requires that the government shall, before disposing of any public assets with an aggregate value of or above $2 million, obtain the approval of the National Assembly to be signified by the resolution made in that behalf and published in the Gazette. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House approves the Government of Belize to transfer to the Maya Forest Corridor Trust the carbon rights and credits associated therewith in connection with the conservation lands for the sole use and benefit of the conservation, protection, and maintenance of the conservation lands, provided that after certain acquisition costs, endowment costs, and management costs are reimbursed in accordance with the terms of the principal agreement as amended by the supplemental agreement, the government shall have the exclusive right to determine the use and disposition of such excess or surplus amount of proceeds of the sale of the carbon rights and credits associated therewith. This have the approval of the Cabinet, Madam Speaker. And as I said, I see we could start the debate.
Thank you. I recognize the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What a impressive performance by the Prime Minister. To say that Belizean doesn't have talent, he is the epitome of talent. The way that you just romanticized, the way you just painted this fairy tale of the TNC is completely contrary to when you and the members from that side stood up in this house and tried to impute improper motives on the previous administration. You tried to scandalize the TNC deal and say that we were giving away money we were doing right before elections so that we could finance our elections. Now all of a sudden, contrary to how you feel about BTL and SMART and saving money for the government, you are so concerned about saving money for the government and you think that this is such a wonderful deal. This is exemplary. The same way that you thank the TNC and you thank the Maya Forest, you should thank the former UDP administration. You should thank the former Minister of Lands. And you should applaud us and him for having the vision that you now have. I'm happy that you've converted. And it is one thing I admire about you in your 30 plus years of your career. You're a very, very skilled politician. But if Face of Brass was a person, it would be this PUP administration. You got in the media, you got in this house, and you tried to scandalize a perfectly proper deal that would benefit our natural lands and rainforests and prevent the droughts and all of the things that we are facing. And now today you come in here with this Shakespearean performance as to the TNC deal. We do support it because this is our deal and we are happy that you see the light of the UDP. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Colette.
Madam Speaker, I join with the Leader of the Opposition to condemn the act that the Prime Minister absolutely just put off. Colleagues will remember, maybe, in fact, I don't think it was in this House that we first heard about it. It was in the Senate, when our friend, the Foreign Minister, went to great pains to indeed paint this deal as a corrupted deal, happening days before the election, criticizing my colleague, the member for Corozal North, for not having the authority to sign this at all. My friend, the Leader of the Opposition, is absolutely right. We watched all of that play out. And it's just, Madam Speaker, a symbol of what they've done on multiple occasions. I watch as my friend, the member for Kaya South, flip the issue of the Halover Bridge. I watch as a lot of the projects that were in play, Madam Speaker, from the United Democratic Party being in government, they criticized it. We can't eat streets, we can't eat road, we can't this, we can't that. What we need is help for our people. And then, Madam Speaker, once they became the government, they completely embraced these projects.
Madam Speaker,
May I hear the point of order?
Madam Speaker, we're talking about Halover Bridge. We're talking about this agreement. So just the point of order.
1 second. I'm asking what the point of order is. Thank you, member.
Away from what we are debating, I want to talk about the Halover Bridge. That's all. Stick to this.
Madam Speaker, I am merely trying to paint the picture of the character of the administration now.
But we're debating the motion, correct, member?
Speaker,
Thank you. It's on the relevance of the motion.
These actions, Madam Speaker, on the part of the government now, just throwing away things that were very, very valid. Madam Speaker, I am glad that the Prime Minister clarified what those actual figures are in terms of what the carbon credits would have yielded us. They said, Madam Speaker, and the Finance and Audit Act does put a figure at $2 million, and we see now that it is in the tens of millions of dollars that would be yielded here. Carbon credits is one thing, but land tax is another thing. And Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister would have you believe that the actions, in fact he used the words that he used the exact words that he used to describe what the UDP's agreement was. You see, Madam Speaker, what he has to do is to try to make some amendment to make it look like what the UDP had agreed to was wrong and crazy. He used words like defect. There were defects in the agreement. He used words like foregone, that the government would have foregone the land tax. Well, Madam Speaker, we don't see it that way at all. And the government was terribly premature, but again, it was in their zealousness to be right and to try to prove the government at the time to be wrong. They criticized foregoing the taxes, as he puts it. But, Madam Speaker, under the same whereas clauses that he read in the motion, where he describes the agreement made by the then administration and the TNC and its other bodies that were involved in the transaction, he says, Madam Speaker, that all of this, and let me read it as it is verbatim. It says, I'll read the bottom part of the third whereas clause. It said, Madam Speaker, the government undertook to grant TNC through the trustees certain stamp duty and land tax exemptions for a period of 50 years, licenses and all carbon rights and credits associated therewith and proceeds of sale in respect thereof regarding the said lands to be held in trust by the trustee for the sole use and benefit of the conservation, protection, and maintenance of the conservation lands. He would have us believe, as he described it, that these are monies that would have been foregone, but as the agreement says, Madam Speaker, it would have been used for conservation in this country. These monies would not have been foregone. The TNC would use all of this money, and the NGO bodies that are associated would have used these monies for the benefit of Belize. Would not have been foregone, would not have been lost. And therein lies the problem. So what he has done, Madam Speaker, is his government has twisted, and I noticed that he talks about this joint release now from the entities. I would imagine, Madam Speaker, that those people would have been happier with the agreement under the United Democratic Party administration, merely because, Madam Speaker, what is the TNC's agenda? The TNC's agenda is to ensure that the maximum amount of monies go into the preservation, the conservation of these lands. When it is the government demands money out of the transaction, it deprives that NGO body, Madam Speaker, and the TNC's efforts to put more into the environment. And I don't understand how it is the Prime Minister can't see that what it is he assigned, Madam Speaker, that they're cash-strapped. The government is cash-strapped, and we know that this is the case. But where are the priorities? And Madam Speaker, I want to caution the government here. When the government changed, I mentioned to both the Prime Minister and my friend, the member for Freetown, that there were some serious concerns about the World Heritage status of Belize's barrier reef, the barrier reef system, which is the World Heritage site here in Belize, and that certain things had to be done. Well, Madam Speaker, they have disregarded that warning. In fact, we've seen now with their engagement with building port cruises and all of that, that they're throwing things to the water. Why am I mentioning this, Madam Speaker? Because this government apparently has very little regard, despite the very wonderful pronouncements the Prime Minister just made. My friend, the leader of the opposition, I think characterized it right as an act. Because they don't care about the environment, Madam Speaker. It is clear. If you cared about the environment, Prime Minister, if you cared about the environment, you would leave those land taxes to the NGO body, the TNC and everybody else, for them to put into proper conservation and preservation of the environment. They have no other agenda, and I'm sure that the Prime Minister will accede to that. There is no hidden agenda. What we have to be concerned about is where he takes the agreement. What he has done, Madam Speaker, is now said to the folks, those carbon rights, yes, we'll allow you to do what you need to do with it, but we are going to, as the government of Belize, are going to have, let me read it, Madam Speaker, just as they put it here. Lands, and that after certain acquisition costs, endowment costs, management costs are reimbursed, the government shall have the exclusive right to determine the use and disposition of such excess or surplus amounts of proceeds of sales of the carbon rights and credits associated therewith. So why don't you go an extra mile if this is indeed what you want to do? We don't agree with that from the beginning. In fact, leave the people with the money so that they have a track record of managing the environment, of preserving the environment, of conserving the environment. Why are you going to take it out of their hands? And if you have the intention to do that, why is it that you don't put in the motion that once you get exclusive right to determine where these monies will be spent, that it will be used, that you will use it, you will determine use of it within the same motive of the TNC? You don't put that there. So we have to be concerned, Madam Speaker. In effect, what he's saying is that we, the government, and we all know their track record of dealing with monies. And I could make several examples of their recent records, but if we go back to when they were in government, when he was Deputy Prime, man, you never gone there when you said that I was Deputy Prime Minister and you went there just now, so he was Deputy Prime Minister too, and preserved over a lot of nonsense happening in the government. But, Madam Speaker, if they were serious, they would say that these monies, in fact, these monies ought to have been left for the determination of use by this body. Because we know their agenda. I would be willing to bet you that if you put a poll out there, Madam Speaker, that the Belizean people would prefer to have these monies, the use of these monies determined by the TNC or the NGO body that is going to govern and manage. They don't trust the government, Madam Speaker, and the Prime Minister on this occasion is saying, we will determine what that money will be used for. Will it be used for the next spending spree, Madam Speaker? We don't know, we don't trust them. So, Madam Speaker, I join with all the members on our side of the House. We have to support it, Madam Speaker, because it was our idea. It was absolutely our idea. And we join with them now and we welcome them to the light. But we encourage the Prime Minister and we encourage members on that side to do the right thing and to give credit where credit is due. They were all hyped up about trying to prove that the actions of the UDP administration were wrong, Madam Speaker, and now they have to come and eat humble pie. So we are glad that you are coming and admitting that this is the case. And I urge the government, Madam Speaker, to rethink this portion. Give them people the land tax. Give them people full use of the carbon benefits, because it can only help in their effort. You know why, Madam Speaker, it can help? Because when you have the kind of record with the TNC, it can only lead to greater things, you know. The Prime Minister and his administration are being very short-sighted by trying to clamp down because they need monies now, and I understand that, but much more could be done. The TNC is known worldwide. They can do much more if they see, because we know, Madam Speaker, from speaking to the environmentalists, that bodies like the TNC absolutely hate to put monies in the hands of governments, you know, and for good reason. And in effect, this is what the Prime Minister and his administration is doing. It's forcing the TNC to put money in the hands of the government. They will be much more comfortable knowing that it is in their hands. I applaud the effort by the administration, unless the Prime Minister thinks that we're only here to criticize and not support, for them to cap what those management fees are, because we see time and time again where this can be taken advantage of too. But those excess monies from the carbon rights, Madam Speaker, really ought to be used for preservation and not be put in the hands of the government. We can do so much more if we encourage entities like this. We could be getting 10 times what we are getting now if this situation is managed correctly. And while I think the TNC is looking at this right now and say, well, we have to try to salvage what is there. The government is that they're not the happiest they can be. They were absolutely happier, which means they would have worked harder for Belize to secure additional funds that could well take you out of some of the problems that you're experiencing as administration. So, Madam Speaker, we on the opposition side, yes, me and the leader of the opposition jointly, since you want to make fun, we know what is good for Belize, you know. And we are saying here jointly that we agree with this. In fact, it was a cabinet decision under the UDP administration that we are absolutely proud of. And that, Mr. Prime Minister, we are glad that you are on the train. Finally, but we urge you to give those people the benefits rather than take it for your administration, because when it comes to dealing with money of this size, we don't trust you, sir. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Corridor North.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Madam Speaker, I want to get into the back and forth of this, these two particular motions that we have in question at hand. But you know, it's a hell of a thing that we move the goalpost from having such a wonderful initiative being a major scandal and being an act of corruption, as was clearly stated by the leader of the government business in the Senate, to being one that we need to be proud of. You know, Madam Speaker, I had always been very open and adamant about the fact that, you know, conservation is priceless. And just to give you some sort of feedback, Madam Speaker, and I will be very, very concise in this. When this initiative was taken, when this particular agreement was being discussed and taken to cabinet, one of the major concerns that we had at the time was the issue of climate change. It is real, it is happening to us, and lots of people are suffering. You have the agriculture sector, and probably the member for Orange Rock South, now being the Minister of Agriculture, will relate to the very dire situation that we have in the agriculture sector, not only in Belize, but throughout the world. But what was presented to us was that we have these 236,000 acres of land, all owned privately. You have the Nature Conservancy coming to us and saying, look, we can do a fundraising activity, and we will be able to secure the funds for us to be able to buy this land and put this into a trust for conservancy for the people, for the benefit of the people of Belize. When we hear the section that goes with the defects and us having written off some 7 million in land taxes, at no point in time did we see as any write-off, as any handout. We saw this as our part of the investment that we had to do. This money that was not collected, and probably the only difference is that the money would not have gone to the coffers of the government. That money would have been kept by this trust for the purposes of the conservation of this large tract of land. So at no point in time did we forego any kind of taxes, Madam Speaker. We made an investment to conservancy. Just to give you an idea, Madam Speaker, the Maya Forest Corridor forms part of what we call the Selva Maya Initiative. The Selva Maya Initiative, Madam Speaker, is a large area of land comprised by areas in Belize, in Guatemala, and the southeastern part of Mexico. Roughly about 42,300 square kilometers of land. This is the largest area of land that we have in conservation in Central America. And it's second to the Amazon forest that we have in South America. When you realize what we did, you see, internationally speaking, and going by the international borders, we are divided. Mexico has its borders, Guatemala has its borders, and we have our borders. But when it comes to conservation, we are united in conservation. And all that we did is add 236,000 to this acres to this block to form what we call, to enhance what we call this Selva Maya initiative. Basically, what we did is tie down everything into one chain from Mexico, Belize, and Guatemala, and secure what we now know as the largest area of conservation for Central America. And this, in the words of the member of Orange Walk Central, was an initiative that other countries are looking at. This goes to show you how serious at the time we were and how serious Belize is about conservation. And so I stand up here, Madam Speaker, to congratulate this administration finally for admitting that this was a very wonderful initiative, and it is an initiative that we made as an investment for our future generations. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Belize Rural South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please allow me to make some response and support as well for what the Prime Minister just presented. I'd like to direct to what the member from Colette referring to us as that the TNC or other NGOs do not trust this government. But may I remind him that this issue with the Nature Conservancy is something that is still not open and clear to this country when we're talking about carbon credits. What we are simply doing as this new government, and we want to make it clear, it's because now it's not about us against TNC. We are making clear that we are partners, that we are working together, and that TNC and other NGOs are fully aware now that this government of the day has its eyes wide open, that whenever these presentations come to us, we make informed decisions. And we are simply tweaking these plans that we had with TNC. That is all we are doing, and I can assure you that they are quite comfortable working along with us. There are many other ones coming up ahead, many other ones when it comes to carbon credits, whether it's TNC, whether it's the aquatic blue spaces that we're going to be dealing with. But they understand now that we are acting responsibly and that they trust us with the funds that we are going to do. Not as compared like in a past government. Let me give an example to remind you what happened with the same offshore, that the banning of the gillnet. That the $2 million that should have gone to the fisher folks, it never went to the government, simply because the NGOs did not trust you. And those $2 million was monitored by the NGOs and the coalition and Oceana, because they decided who will get the money, and you guys did nothing about it. But nobody said anything because nobody trusted the government of the day. Now, as of today, I can assure you, we have established a working partnership with TNC and other NGOs, and that they will know and the world knows that this new government of the day is acting responsibly, and every dollar that we use, that we benefit, will be for the people. So this TNC, we need to clarify, they do trust us. It is your government, sir, that was never trusted. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member.
Madam Speaker, as I listen to the members on the other side, I'm still trying to figure out what's the argument. You know, when we look, Madam Speaker, when we look at the resolution authorizing the transfer of carbon rights and credits to the Belize Maya for its trust motion of 2021, Madam Speaker, I want to draw your attention to paragraph 4 on the first page, page 1, where it says, and whereas by virtue of an agreement supplemental to the original agreement made between the government and TNC dated the 31st of August 2021, the supplemental agreement, TNC has agreed, among other things, that land taxes shall apply to the conservation lands and that after certain acquisition costs, endowment costs, and management costs are reimbursed, the government shall have the exclusive right to determine the use and disposition of such excess or surplus amounts of proceeds of sale for the carbon rights and credits associated therewith. Madam Speaker, I want to start off by congratulating our government and the team that led this initiative, Madam Speaker, because it is obvious, Madam Speaker, from the resolution that is tabled, the motion, that is tabled here today, that it is a win-win situation. It's a win for TNC. It is a win for the people and government of Belize, Madam Speaker. So I don't understand what is their argument on that side. And it is evident that, you know, having gone back to the table and renegotiated the agreements, there are far more, you know, achievements, far more benefits that are coming out of the renegotiation of this agreement, Madam Speaker. So how could they stand up and say that, you know, this is not a good deal? We, from the very beginning, went on record to say that we were concerned about certain, you know, concessions and agreements that were made. And as the newly elected government, we have a duty and a mandate to go back to the table, to sit with our partners, to talk with them, to work with them, and to try to figure out what is the best deal for this country. Madam Speaker, I just want to share with the nation, when we talk about, you know, the excess funds that will be generated, already I can say, Madam Speaker, that this side of the government is looking at specific projects and initiatives that can help our people who live in that area. Particularly, we're looking at sustainable agricultural initiatives that can help to generate, you know, a livelihood for our people. I'm being told, Madam Speaker, that under this agreement, we are going to generate at least $2 million a year. You know, for 10 years, that's $20 million that can assist and help, you know, to develop sustainable agricultural practices and initiatives in these areas, among many other things. We all agree that the focus has to be on the conservation and preservation of the area. We all understand that. We all understand the importance of, you know, this area and all the ecosystems that are involved and how it is going to benefit us as a country. We all understand and appreciate that. But at the end of the day, as the government, we have a right and a responsibility to our people, Madam Speaker. And that is why I don't see anything wrong. In fact, I applaud what is contained in the motion here, because at the end of the day, government will be able to, you know, to participate and to decide how best these excess funds can be used to benefit the people and country of Belize. So I fully support this motion, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I listened incredulously to the other side when they want to try to see how they could spin, saying that they were having a good deal and now this side is having a bad deal. I was in any way trying to impute improper motive on their part. Probably they were so busy trying to campaign and could not follow through the process. But the point that we made, Madam Speaker, is that there are defects in the agreement. I don't care what the member from Colette or the member of Mesopotamia or the member from Khorasan North would want to say about this new agreement. The fact is that there were defects in the agreement. The Minister of Lands, or the Deputy Prime Minister at that time, had no legal authority to give away taxes, write off taxes, without first coming to the House to approve it. He did not have the authority. Neither does the present Minister of Natural Resources. They just don't have. They have to come to this House. Secondly, it was also important for us to make it abundantly clear, not only to TNC and Rewild when it comes to the issue of carbon credits, because now with the Paris Accord and the COP meeting that we have, we're going to the environmental COP meeting that we're going to have in Glasgow in November, carbon sequestration business is going to be big, and millions of dollars are going to be made available. So we had to ensure that we have, first to ensure that everybody understands, Belizeans and also the NGO community, that the carbon credits belong to the government and the people of Belize. And we realize that in the years to come, these carbon credits is going to be a huge business. So we have to find a way how we can help the NGO, TNC in this case, and Rewild to get back their money, and that's fair enough. But after that, then we have to ensure how we, as a country, we are going to benefit, man. We just can't give it away to all of them. The country, the people, and the government of Belize have a right to the excess carbon credits that are going to be collected by these TNC. I can't understand the former leader of the opposition and would come and saying that about the foregone of land taxes as if that was a good thing. We said from the beginning, and I said from the beginning, that the whole agreement was good, but there are certain things that needed to be fixed. Now, how? The leader of the opposition say that we are being short-sighted. And saying, of course, that free is happier, yes, and better for them, of course, but not for the Belizean people. We have a responsibility to look after them. We have a moral and legal responsibility to look after the interests of the Belizean people. That is why we felt that we need to collect some taxes. How can this be a loose or a bad agreement, Madam Speaker? Here we are with taxes. We will be collecting about $20 million in taxes, something that the UDP was giving away. That is a win for Belize. We will be collecting the excess carbon credits. That is a win for Belize. We have agreed with TNC to help us fund $20 million for regenerative agriculture in these areas over the next 10 years. That is a win for Belize. We agreed with TNC and Rewild for them to allow majority locals, Belizeans in the board of directors of the trustee. That is a win for Belize, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I ask both sides of the House that we support this bill. Don't get upset if we have people with better talent that can negotiate a better deal than you do. You started, but it was not such a good deal. Now we have a better deal. Simple. You should be coming here and say, you know what, we started it, but you know what, government, you took it to another level. And I'm congratulating you, because then you finally, we are protecting the interests of this country and protecting the interests of the citizens of this country. You should be congratulating us, not fighting. Not everything has to be a fight, man. Not everything we have to fight over. So, Madam Speaker, as we wind up this debate, I'm asking both sides to support. And Madam Speaker, I seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to have both motions taken through all its stages this day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, both motions are referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment. Yes.
Madam Speaker, I move that the repatriation justice for the transatlantic slave trade and slavery in British Honduras, motion 2021,
Prime Minister,
be deferred.
Just a procedural matter. I will now repeat the question, put the question that the motion be taken through all stages this day. All those in favor, kindly say aye. All those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I now recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the repatriation justice for the transatlantic slave trade and slavery in British Honduras, motion 2021, be deferred to a further date.
Honorable members, the question is that the reparatory justice for the transatlantic slave trade and slavery in British Honduras, motion 2021, be deferred to a further date. All those in favor, kindly say aye. All those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Announcement by the Speaker. One no. Honorable members, it has been agreed that the following motions and bills pass this day. Resolution authorizing the transfer of carbon rights and credits to the Belize Maya Forest Trust, motion 2021. Resolution authorizing the transfer of carbon rights and credits to the Maya Forest Corridor Trust, motion 2021. Stamp Duties Amendment Number 2, Bill 2021. Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Bill 2021. And Court of Appeal Amendment Number 3, Bill 2021. As you are well aware, under Standing Order Number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petitions, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred by the House to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. The only logical way for this to be done, other than by suspension of standing orders, is for me to suspend the sitting to enable the Finance and Economic Development Committee and the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on the bills and motions. All those in favor, kindly say aye. All those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Finance and Economic Development Committee and the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee have concluded their business.
Presentation of reports from committee.
I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the resolution authorizing the transfer of carbon credits and credits to the Belize Maya Forest Trust Motion 2021. Number HR 44/1/13. Report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the resolution authorizing the transfer of carbon credits and credits to the Maya Forest Corridor Trust Motion 2021. Number HR 45/1/13. Report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Stamp Duties Amendment Number 2 Bill 2021. Number HR 46/1/13. Report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Bill 2021. Madam Speaker, to order the reports to lie on the table.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table. I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number HR 47/1/13, report from the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee on the Court of Appeal, Amendment number 3, Bill 2021. Thank you.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business motion.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, not to repeat the recitals, I move, now therefore be it resolved, that this Honorable House approves the Government of Belize to transfer the Belize Maya Forest Trust, the carbon rights and the credits associated therewith, in connection with the conservation lands for the sole use and benefit of the conservation, protection and maintenance of the conservation land, provided that after certain acquisition costs, endowment costs, and management costs are reimbursed in accordance with the terms of the original agreement and as amended by the supplemental agreement, the government shall have the exclusive right to determine the use and disposition of such excess or surplus amount of proceeds for sale of the carbon rights and credits associated therewith.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House approves the Government of Belize the transfer to the Belize Maya Forest Trust the carbon rights and credits associated therewith in connection with the conservation lands for the sole use and benefit of the conservation, protection, and maintenance of the conservation lands, provided that after certain acquisition costs, endowment costs, and management costs are reimbursed in accordance with the terms of the original agreement, as amended by the supplemental agreement, the government shall have the exclusive right to determine the use and disposition of such excess or surplus amount of proceeds of sale of the carbon rights and credits associated therewith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House approves the Government of Belize to transfer to the Maya Forest Corridor Trust the carbon rights and credits associated therewith in connection with the conservation lands for the sole use and benefit of the conservation, protection, and maintenance of the conservation lands, provided that after certain acquisition costs, endowment costs, and management costs are reimbursed in accordance with the terms of the principal agreement as amended by the supplemental agreement, the government shall have the exclusive right to determine the use and disposition of such excess or surplus amount of proceeds of sale of the carbon rights and credits associated therewith.
Honorable members, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House approves the government of Belize to transfer to the Maya Forest Corridor Trust the carbon rights and credits associated therewith in connection with the conservation lands for the sole use and benefit of the conservation, protection, and maintenance of the conservation lands, provided that after certain acquisition costs, endowment costs, and management costs are reimbursed in accordance with the terms of the principal agreement as amended by the supplemental agreement. The government shall have the exclusive right to determine the use and disposition of such excess or surplus amount of proceeds of sale of the carbon rights and credits associated therewith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance and Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Companies Act, Chapter 250 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to remove the fee for certifying documents as in compliance with the Act, to allow for certain fees to be prescribed by order published in the Gazette, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Madam Speaker, in July at the House meeting, I gave a more comprehensive explanation of the bill. But just to remind our colleagues here in the House, again, this bill represents just one of the many initiatives to ease the doing of business in Belize. Through the efforts of the past UDP administration, according to the World Bank, Belize is now ranked 166 out of 190 countries as one of the hardest places in the world to start a business, and relatively speaking, one of the costliest business places to do so. World Bank estimates that the cost of starting a business in Belize is now roughly 34.3% of a Belizean's income. In developed countries, this is closer to 3%. This bill, along with the Stamp Duties Amendment Bill 2021, seeks to substantially reduce the cost of forming a company to start a business by roughly 40%. And I'm asking colleagues on both sides of the House for their support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question at the bill for an act to amend the Companies Act, Chapter 250 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to remove the fee for certain documents as is in compliance with the Act, to allow for certain fees to be prescribed by order published in the Gazette, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Companies Act, Chapter 250 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to remove the fees for certifying documents as in compliance with the Act, to allow for certain fees to be prescribed by order published in the Gazette, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to exempt certain documents of a company from the payment of stamp duties and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Again, Madam Speaker, I had given a long explanation in July, but just to quickly refresh our memories, basically this bill seeks to exempt stamp duty on documents required to form a company. This represents part of the aforementioned effort to substantially reduce the cost of starting a business and generally making it easier to do business in Belize, keeping it simple, less fees, less cost, and more affordable. Once again, I ask the support of all members of the House for this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to exempt certain documents of a company from the payment of stamp duties and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to exempt certain documents of a company from the payment of stamp duty and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to provide the regulation of the transfer of money through electronic means and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to it. Again, Madam Speaker, all of this is in line in doing business in Belize, making it more effective, more efficiently, and moving into the 21st century and using technology. Again, simply what this does, it provides for the regulation of the transfer of money through electronic means by the use of bank cards, credit cards, smart cards, online banking transfers, and mobile commerce for the purpose of instructing or authorizing a financial institution to debit or credit a card holder's account. When anything of value is purchased, you go to the bank, you go and buy, you could use your credit card, and you're authorizing the bank to take out the money. The bill, though, also creates a number of offenses related to theft, forgery, and other dishonest use of a credit card, a debit card, bank card, smart card, or the number and data associated with such card or bank account. It is intended, again, to build user confidence in electronic commerce and electronic transfers. You're getting more, you are better protected with the pass of this bill. Again, the bill was drafted to be technology neutral so that the same offenses, whether committed at a shop in Belize, at an electronic terminal, or the use of purchase of goods or services online, apply the same manner. So if you go and you cheat somebody by going just for the store and take it without paying, the same thing will apply if you do it by using a credit card. With discrete offenses now being created, law enforcement will be much more efficient as various criminal activities in electronic funds transfers will have their own particular offenses and ways of being dealt with. Once again, I ask the support of everyone in the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide the regulation of the transfer of money through electronic means and to provide for matters connected therewith, incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
For an act to provide the regulation of the transfer of money through electronic means and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Again, thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to give legal effect to all electronic documents, records, and signatures to repeal the Electronic Transaction Act, Chapter 229/03 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Again, I have given an explanation Madam Speaker, but this is basically seeks to validate transactions electronically by recognizing and validating the legality of commercial of electronic documents in an effort to promote electronic commerce and lessen the administrative burdens associated with doing business without compromising the legal integrity or the losses. Madam Speaker, this is just one of a slew of bills that will enable this administration's e-governance agenda, which I'm also pleased to say is in line with our planned Belize manifesto. And again, I ask the support of everyone in this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to give legal effect to all electronic document records and signatures to repeal the Electronic Transactions Act, Chapter 22903 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to give legal effect to all electronic documents, records, and signatures, to repeal the Electronic Act, Chapter 22903 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Tax Administration and Procedure Act, Act number 8 of 2019, to authorize the Director General to publish the names of tax defaulters in the Gazette and any local newspaper, to amend the general provisions of Part 10 criminal proceedings pertaining to the prosecution of tax offenses and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental. Again, Madam Speaker, this bill serves dual purposes. The first, it seeks to bring the Tax Administration and Procedure Act, or the TAP or TAPA, in compliance with the Constitution of Belize. And second, it seeks to facilitate the prosecution of tax offenses and the collection of tax debt, including the publication of notices to and the name of tax defaulters. Madam Speaker, as I said, we'll make it in compliance with the Constitution. For instance, in the first, as I mentioned, in its current form, the way it is right now, before these amendments, the Act restricts the authority of the Director of Public Prosecutions, the DPP, to prosecute tax offenses without the approval of the Director General of the Belize Tax Service Department. Such restriction of authority is manifestly inconsistent with the Constitution. Because of this unconstitutionality, no criminal prosecution has been brought under the TAPA since its enactment in 2019. Tax defaulters and tax offenders have therefore been free from criminal jeopardy with the enactment of this bill. Those who have committed tax offenses will now be subject to criminal prosecution. We expect this will incentivize tax compliance. As to the second purpose, the non-compliance with tax laws and the uncollected or unrecoverable tax debts means that the government of Belize collects less money in its consolidated revenue fund that it should have otherwise received, which means less money for health, for education, infrastructure, to help the poor, including less money for development expenditures. To address this problem, the Ministry of Finance, through the Belize Tax Services Department, is in the process of establishing a tax debt recovery unit. This is expected to be operational at the start of October this year. In support of this initiative to enhance collection of unpaid taxes, this bill inserts a provision into the TAPA to name and shame tax defaulters by providing for the publication of notice to and names of the defaulters prior to legal proceedings for the recovery of tax debts. It also seeks to disincentivize corrupt behavior from within the tax department by providing for all employees of the tax department to be eligible to be charged for tax offenses. So we're not only going at the tax defaulters, Madam Speaker, but we also want to put on notice our employees at the Belize Tax Service that they too have to walk a straight line when it comes to the collection of taxes, because now they can also be taken to court and charged for tax offenses. So, Madam Speaker, we're simply asking Belizeans to pay their fair share of tax. We don't want to charge them any more than they should pay, ensuring that we could give a chance with DPP to go after these tax cheaters and also to put an alert to our employees in the Belize Tax Service that they also have to walk a straight line and ensure that they collect the monies that we should collect for the people of this country. Again, Madam Speaker, this is a straightforward bill, and I ask the support of both sides of the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Tax Administration and Procedure Act number 8 of 2019 to authorize the Director General to publish the names of tax defaulters in the Gazette and any local newspaper, to amend the general provisions of Part 10 criminal proceedings pertaining to the prosecution of tax offences, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Tax Administration and Procedure Act, number 8 of 2019, to authorize the Director General to publish the names of tax defaulters in the Gazette and any local newspaper, to amend the general provisions of Part 10, criminal proceedings pertaining to the prosecution of tax offences, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for the addition of a new category of visitor permit to allow visitors to work remotely from Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, provide for the addition of a new category of visitor permit to allow visitors to work remotely from Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition, to provide for the addition of a new category of visitors permit to allow visitors to work remotely from Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to exempt public officers from the charge of stamp duties on certain instruments, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. As I mentioned earlier, Madam Speaker, This is only to exempt public officers from stamp duties on residential mortgages. And it's an undertaking that we gave to our public officers when we were consulting with them over the finances of the government, including reduction in salaries. I mean, we gave our word to the public officers and to our teachers, and by us in both sides of the House supporting this bill, we'll be honoring our commitment to them. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Colette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We, on this side of the House, of course, give our support to this bill. In committee, Madam Speaker, we, certainly raised the concern that there is not a dollar value, and it's hard to calculate what dollar value we're foregoing here because we don't know who will actually take up the offer of the administration. But I think maybe some kind of absolute amount that we, arrange maybe of what could be foregone might be needed if we are going to be able to budget properly. I was pleased to hear the Prime Minister say that teachers are included because the wording suggests that it might only have been public servants, and you know that at some point there is the question of whether teachers are actually public servants or not. But Madam Speaker, we on this side of the House certainly place on record our support for this bill. I think it does, we do support anything that will alleviate that 10% cut that the teachers and public servants have had to endure, and so we give our support to this bill.
Honorable. I recognize the member for Orange Walk.
Support the immigration bill and elaborate.
You are, the clerk is directing me that you're not contributing on the stamp duties. Are you contributing, member, on the stamp duties amendment?
No, the immigration bill, ma'am. The audio is very poor, Madam Speaker.
Unfortunately, we've passed.
Yeah. Pardon?
Unfortunately, we have passed that debate.
Okay. All right. Yeah. The audio is very poor.
Apologies.
Up here.
Can we work on the audio so that does not occur again? Thank you. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to exempt public officers from the charge of stamp duties on certain instruments and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to exempt public officers from the charge of stamp duties on certain instruments and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of Bill for an Act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to allow for payments out of the fund to be paid to the Attorney General's Ministry for expenses in relation to mutual legal assistance and the fight against transnational organized crimes, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. As I explained earlier, Madam Speaker, what this will allow is for the Attorney General's office to be able to get back whatever expenses they incur in trying to get some of these monies on behalf of other countries. Asking for the support of both sides of the House. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Colette.
Madam Speaker, again, this is a bill that we would very much like to support. We had some concerns on. I'm hopeful that the Prime Minister can answer to some of these questions. The members who were on the committee certainly tried to be very helpful, but I'm sure the Prime Minister, as the Minister of Finance, would be better able to answer. We are concerned, Madam Speaker, that this is being done to reimburse out of the fund. What is, it's called the Belize Confiscated and Forfeited Assets Fund. It is to use monies from this fund to reimburse the Attorney General's Ministry for expenses. Now, this section of the bill that is being amended already lists other charges that could be brought against the fund for reimbursement to various different elements of the government's work to get back these monies for another state. And it is merely trying to put in the Attorney General's Ministry. But our concern was, where did the monies come from initially? Did it come from the Consolidated Revenue Fund, and is that an unlimited amount of monies that they can access in order to try to regain or to get these monies on the behalf of other states? And then when you retrieve the money from this fund, does it go back into the Consolidated Revenue Fund? And because that we know is difficult to do, once you put it back in the fund, the Attorney General's Ministry might not have the kind of access that they need to it. So we wondered about those little nuances that could appear, and I'm hopeful the Prime Minister can answer. And then, while perusing the Principal Act, Madam Speaker, it brought to light that there is some negligence on the part of, and I'm not saying you alone, Prime Minister, because I'll tell you that in all of my years in this Honorable House, I have not seen the kind of report that Section 80 of the Principal Act says ought to be done. This fund exists, and according to the Principal Act, Section 80, it says that the Minister of Finance shall table a report in the National Assembly that shall be made public no later than the first sitting of the House after the expiry of 90 days from the close of the financial year. I'm not sure that we may have passed that already, but certainly I have never seen a report telling us how much monies are in these funds or in this fund. And then it goes on to make other things that ought to be reported on. So if we are going to make an amendment here to fix things, I just use this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to ask the Prime Minister to fully comply with the legislation as it is required so that we can become more knowledgeable about what monies exist in this fund and how it is handled. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, I want to thank the leader of the UDP for his intervention and trying to be constructive. The funds that are collected are not government funds. Those are funds from people probably that committed some kind of crime in their country and moved the monies to Belize. And so through our mutual assistance agreement that we've signed with different countries, these countries make requests from our government to seize those assets on their behalf. So what happens is that once that is done, it goes into the special fund at the central bank, not at the consolidated fund. And then once the country that made the claim come and presents a claim, and it is verified that the claims are correct, then that money is transferred to that government. But the way the bill was written, it did not contemplate for the Attorney General's Ministry to collect whatever funds that they spent whilst attempting to collect this money. And like in all monies that we collect, it goes into the consolidated fund. And I know that the Attorney General's Ministry always needs extra money, but I'm sure that when they can start to get refunded for the work that they have done, and they come to the Ministry of Finance making a claim that, this is the money we spent to collect this, I am sure that then that money then can be transferred to them. But it is important that it goes into the consolidated funds first, so that we can have better control on that money. As to Section 80 about the Minister of Finance making a report to the National Assembly, well, this bill I think was I certainly will then pass this on to the Attorney General to take a look at this and to see, to ensure that then we can make a report to the National Assembly as required by law. I'm sorry?
It speaks to the FIU first tabling that report to your office, and then your office bringing it to the.
That's why I will find out what is the exact process and ensure that then we can live up to what the Act is requiring, so that if we need to make the report to the National Assembly, we will do so gladly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to allow for payments out of the fund to be paid to the Attorney General's Ministry for expenses in relation to mutual legal assistance and the fight against transnational organized crimes, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to allow for payments out of the fund to be paid to the Attorney General's Ministry for expenses in relation to mutual legal assistance and the fight against transnational organized crime, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Madam Speaker, I move that the second reading of the Belize Constitution 10th Amendment Bill 2021 be deferred to a further date.
Honorable members, the question is that the second reading of the Belize Constitution 10th Amendment Bill 2021 be deferred to a further date. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Court of Appeal Act, Chapter 90 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to enlarge the time limits for appealing and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Court of Appeal Act, Chapter 90 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to enlarge the time limit for appealing and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Court of Appeal Act, Chapter 90 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to enlarge the time limit for appealing and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Youth, Sports and E-Governance.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to make provision from electronic evidence to repeal Electronic Evidence Act, Chapter 95(1) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. This bill, Madam Speaker, is to update and modernize the provisions related to electronic evidence in Belize. This as well, Madam Speaker, makes provisions for the admissibility of electronic evidence, and as such it offers clarity and ease of use by the court, legal practitioners, and other users. This, Madam Speaker, is in line with our digital agenda.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to make provision from electronic evidence to repeal the Electronic Evidence Act, Chapter 9501 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill for an act to make provisions from electronic evidence to repeal the Electronic Evidence Act, Chapter 9501 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Youth, Sport, and E-Governance.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to regulate the collection, keeping, use, and dissemination of personal data, to protect the privacy of individuals in relation to their personal data, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Likewise, Madam Speaker, this bill is once again as part of this government's commitment to transform our citizens' life and by spawning the development of a digital economy. It is important that we provide for the protection of our people as they participate in the digital economy. This data protection bill, Madam Speaker, seeks to promote the protection of personal data processed by public and private bodies by providing a framework where the data rights of our citizens are protected.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to regulate the collection, keeping, use, and dissemination of personal data, to protect the privacy of individuals in relation to their personal data, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to regulate the collection, keeping, use, and dissemination of personal data, to protect the privacy of individuals in relation to their personal data, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Youth, Sports, and E-Governance.
Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to facilitate the sharing of data between public sector agencies and other entities, to provide for an office for data analytics, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Once again, Madam Speaker, as was mentioned in the introduction of this bill aims to facilitate the sharing of data between public sector agencies by minimizing constraints to data sharing. This, Madam Speaker, will establish formal structures for public sector data sharing, which aims to eliminate the silo culture in public service and enhance public confidence in our management of their personal data.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to facilitate the sharing of data between public sector agencies and other entities, to provide for an office for data analytics, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to facilitate the sharing of data between public sector agencies and other entities, and to provide for an office for data analytics, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of the whole House to consider the bills that were read a second time. I would like to ask all visitors, media in the gallery, to leave during the portion this portion of the sitting.
Bills for third reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Companies Amendment, that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Companies Amendment Bill 2021 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of our bill for an act to amend the Companies Act, Chapter 250 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to remove the fee for certifying documents as in compliance with the Act, to allow for certain fees to be prescribed by order published in Gazette, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Companies Act, Chapter 250 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to remove the fee for certifying documents as in compliance with the Act, to allow for certain fees to be prescribed by order published in the Gazette, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favour kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Companies Act, Chapter 250 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to remove the fee for certifying documents as in compliance with the Act, to allow for certain fees to be prescribed by order published in the Gazette, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Stamp Duties Amendment Bill 2021 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of a bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to exempt certain documents of a company from the payment of stamp duties and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to exempt certain documents of a company from the payment of stamp duties and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favour kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to exempt certain documents of a company from paying stamp duties and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered Electronic Transfer of Funds Crimes Bill 2021 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of a bill for an act to provide the regulation of the transfer of money through electronic means and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to provide a regulation of the transfer of money through electronic means and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favour kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to provide the regulations for the transfer of money through electronic means and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Electronic Transactions Bill 2021 and passed it without amendments. I now move the third reading of a bill for an act to give legal effect to all electronic documents, records and signatures to repeal the Electronic Transactions Act, Chapter 22903 of the Substantive Laws of Belize Revised Edition 2011, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to give legal effect to all electronic documents, records, and signatures to repeal the Electronic Transactions Act, Chapter 22903 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to give legal effect to all electronic documents, records, and signatures to repeal the Electronic Transaction Act, Chapter 22903 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Tax Administration and Procedure Amendment Bill 2011 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of a bill for an act to amend the Tax Administration and Procedure Act number 8 of 2019 to authorize the Director General to publish the names of tax defaulters in the Gazette and any local newspaper, to amend the general provisions of Part 10 criminal proceedings pertaining to the prosecution of tax offenses, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Tax Administration and Procedure Act, Act number 8 of 2019, to authorize the Director General to publish the names of tax defaulters in the Gazette and any local newspaper, to amend the general provisions of Part 10 criminal proceedings pertaining to the prosecution of tax offenses, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Tax Administration and Procedure Act, Act number 8 of 2019, to authorize the Director General to publish the names of tax defaulters in the Gazette and any local newspapers, to amend the general provisions of Part 10 criminal proceeding pertaining to the prosecution of tax offenses, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Immigration Amendment Bill 2021 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of a bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for the addition of a new category of visitor permit to allow visitors to work remotely from Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for the addition of a new category of visitor permit to allow visitors to work remotely from Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to provide for the addition of a new category of visitors permit to allow visitors to work remotely from Belize, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Amendment Bill 2021 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of a bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to allow for payments out of the fund to be paid to the Attorney General's Ministry for expenses in relation to the mutual legal assistance and the fight against transnational organized crimes, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to allow for payments out of the fund to be paid to the Attorney General's Ministry for expenses in relation to mutual legal assistance and the fight against transnational organized crime, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Money Laundering and Terrorism Prevention Act, Chapter 104 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to allow for the payment out of the fund to be paid to the Attorney General Ministry for expenses in relation to mutual legal assistance and the fight against transnational organized crime, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Court of Appeal Amendment Number 3 Bill 2021 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of a bill for an act to amend the Court of Appeal Act, Chapter 90 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to enlarge the time limits for appealing and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Court of Appeal Act, Chapter 90 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to enlarge the time limits for appealing and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister. 1 second.
Madam Speaker, sorry.
Let the clerk do his reading of the title.
The bill for an act to amend the Court of Appeal Act, Chapter 90 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to enlarge the time limit for appealing and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Thank you, Clerk. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Stamp Duties Amendment Number 2 Bill 2021 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of a bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to exempt public officers from the charge of stamp duties on certain instruments and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duties Act, Chapter 64 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, to exempt public officers from the charge of stamp duties on certain instruments and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I record
The bill for an act to amend the Stamp Duty Act, Chapter 64, the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition to exempt public officers from the charge of stamp duties on certain instruments and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Youth, Sports and E-Governance.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Electronic Evidence Bill 2021 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of a bill for an act to make provision from electronic evidence to repeal Electronic Evidence Act, Chapter 95(1) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to make provision from electronic evidence to repeal the Electronic Evidence Act, Chapter 95(01) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to make provisions from electronic evidence to repeal the Electronic Evidence Act, Chapter 95(01) of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2011, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Youth, Sports and E-Governance.
I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Data Protection Bill 2021 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of a bill for an act to regulate the collection, keeping, use and dissemination of personal data to protect the privacy of individuals in relation to their personal data and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to regulate the collection, keeping, use, and dissemination of personal data to protect the privacy of individuals in relation to their personal data and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
To regulate the collection, keeping, use, and dissemination of personal data, to protect the privacy of individuals in relation to their personal data, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Youth, Sports and E-Governance.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Public Sector Data Sharing Bill 2021 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of a bill for an act to facilitate the sharing of data between public sector agencies and other entities, to provide for an Office of Data Analytics, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to facilitate the sharing of data between public sector agencies and other entities, to provide for an Office for Data Analytics and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to facilitate the sharing of data between public sector agencies and other entities and to provide for an Office for Data Analytics and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, as I come to the adjournment, please allow me to wish our Belizeans here and abroad a happy, peaceful, safe, and September celebrations. 40 is still very young, and we still do have a lot to be grateful for. Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
For Albert.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 13.1, I rise this afternoon to raise a matter of urgent public importance. Madam Speaker, I am fully aware that we are about to embark on a milestone anniversary for Belize. 40 years, Prime Minister, is 40 years. And while we may be young in our nationhood, Madam Speaker, we cannot lose the opportunity to find ways that we can more meaningfully work together in this very serious and important work of nation building. Some will say that we are in the same storm, but we are not in the same boat. It doesn't escape us on this side of the House, Madam Speaker, while we're sitting on this side of the House. And I listen with great interest to the Honorable Prime Minister when he speaks to the public via the various media outlets. And if I hear him right, Madam Speaker, when challenged on some of decisions that are being taken by his administration, his response is when the members of the opposition were sitting on the government side of the House, they did it as to provide some level of justification. And I would like to remind the Honorable Prime Minister that the reason he sits on that side of the House is because he had offered and made a commitment to the Belizean people that his administration would be doing things differently. I want to preface my intervention this afternoon by saying that all of us in this House have fundamental responsibilities to the Belizean people. We were elected to serve the people of Belize. We understand that it is our role in this House to formulate policy recommendations that serve the whole. We understand that we are here to enact laws that provide an enabling environment for greater socio-economic development. We understand that we have a sacred duty and a sacred responsibility to improve the quality of life for our citizens and by extension, the standards of living. We are here, Madam Speaker, to ensure that we properly use and properly manage the government resources. We are here to maintain accountability and transparency in decision-making on behalf of the Belizean people. As the members of the Queen's loyal opposition, Madam Speaker, when it comes to monitoring and oversight and greater scrutiny, some may say that that responsibility, although we may be small in number, is even greater than those of my colleagues who sit on the other side of the House. It has become customary, and it's something that I personally, Madam Speaker, am not very comfortable with. We get in this House, we put on our boxing gloves, and we throw punches. You did it, and I can do it better. And we achieve often very little in terms of finding meaningful ways, Madam Speaker, for us to have exercise greater bipartisanship in decision making for belief. We have three, in my opinion, wicked problems that we are facing as a nation. And for those who may be listening, who may not understand what I mean by wicked problems, Madam Speaker, I am talking about those issues that are so complex that there are many variables in terms of finding a solution. The leader of the opposition stood up this morning and asked the question of the Prime Minister regarding this bipartisan National Oversight Committee. You know, it was a sense of great pride for all Belizeans at the onset of COVID, Madam Speaker, when we saw our Prime Minister and our leader of the opposition sit at a table together, two statesmen, to find solutions to a problem that has far-reaching implications. The Prime Minister's response this morning to the leader of the opposition suggested that there was indeed an invitation extended to those of us on this side to nominate a medical practitioner who would sit as part of a national committee to advise the Ministry of Health and Wellness on the issues, on the health aspects of COVID-19. The wicked problem of COVID-19, Madam Speaker, is that while it certainly has a grip on our healthcare system, while it has our medical practitioners and healthcare providers wading in neck water deep, trying to hold our healthcare system together, while we are doing everything, and the minister responsible seems to be doing everything in terms of getting our population vaccinated. That is only one aspect of that wicked problem. There is the economic implications of COVID, Madam Speaker. There is also the social impact of COVID-19. And one of the reasons this side of the House has been imploring our colleagues on that side of the House for a bipartisan, bicameral, multi-sectorial approach to dealing with COVID-19, because we appreciate and we understand that it's more than a health issue. Madam Speaker, a wicked problem can derail our way of life, and it can destroy our livelihoods. It can negatively impact the growth of an already fragile economy. A wicked problem, as we are seeing now with crime, which is another wicked problem.
Point of order. I'm trying to be patient and respectful to the honorable member. She rose and said she was going to speak on a matter of urgent national importance. We've yet to hear what that matter is, unless I missed it. She spoke about COVID, now she's moving on to crime. That is not in accordance with the standing orders.
Did rise on Standing Order 13, and it is a matter of public importance.
But it is a matter.
Yes, it's to...
It is a matter.
It's to identify what that matter... we had established that in previous meetings. If we can just, on Standing Order 13, just state what the matter of public importance is. It certainly will help me as well to guide that we're still, you're commenting on that matter of public importance and not several different matters, or else the debate obviously would ensue.
Thank you for the guidance, Madam Speaker. But it is a call to greater bipartisanship in addressing the wicked problems that are facing Belize. And I said, with a wicked, it has tentacles, Madam Speaker. It's one problem, but it has several tentacles. And my call this afternoon, and let me give you in a nutshell, I'm trying to be as fair to that side of the house as I am being to our side of the house. COVID is a wicked problem. It's one of the tentacles of the wicked problem facing this country, Madam Speaker. And so is crime. I listened to the member from Caribbean Shores this week, Madam Speaker, and he made an offer on national television that, yes, indeed, he believes that crime is so out of control that it does require some greater bipartisan effort. But those of us on this side of the house, Madam Speaker, is not concerned about the lip service, Let us get to doing the work. I know there are members on this side of the house who have made overtures, who have made offers, who have said time and time again, not only in this house, but in every opportunity we get, that we are prepared to put our hands on deck, because our children now, Madam Speaker, are being lost. 9 years old, and 15 years old, and 16 years old, because of the escalating spurts of crime in our country. Madam Speaker, corruption is also one of the tentacles of
Madam
this
Speaker,
wicked problem, Madam Speaker.
Let me hear the point of order.
The whole issue of bipartisanship and dealing with one another in the House more respectful, which we are. But she's only allowed to speak on one issue. She can't come and say about the ills of the country, and then you could talk till tomorrow if that is the case. She needs to speak on one issue. She's now on starting the third issue, Madam Speaker. And want to give leeway, but I mean, it's past it. You already give to it. So I just want to make that point, Madam Speaker.
Point taken. Member for Albert, I remind you again, I have noted that your matter of public importance is, I will infer, because it has not quite been stated, lack of bipartisanship. Is that the matter of public importance? Because indeed, you are going into several matters of public importance, citing COVID, citing crime, you are about to cite corruption. What is the matter of public importance so that we can appreciate Standing Order 13 on that?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My matter of urgent national importance is a call for greater bipartisanship in dealing with the wicked problems facing this country. And I was only describing three. I was being very generous. And I could assure the Honorable Prime Minister I was not going to speak of the pharmaceutical hustle under corruption, Madam Speaker, or neither was I prepared to speak on the movement of business from a publicly owned company to a privately owned company.
Member for Albert Division, while I appreciate the creativity, I will have to ask you to stick to the matter of bipartisanship. You are entering the realm of other issues of public importance. I have cautioned you twice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't trying to be creative. I was trying to make it clear to the Belizean people and to all of us in this House that if we don't tackle those just three tentacles of a wicked problem that we're facing in this country, the implications for Belize could be far-reaching.
Your matter of importance is bipartisanship.
I made no accusation on the issue of COVID or crime or corruption, Madam Speaker. I don't know why the Prime Minister would want to pull my hand or pull my tongue on that matter. All I was saying that as we as a nation face 40 years of our independence, this business of finger pointing and throwing unnecessary punches at each other does very little to address the serious, wicked problems that are facing us as a nation. And I only sought to ask you, Prime Minister, as you are the captain of this ship, that we ought to make a greater effort to have a bipartisan, bicameral, multi-sectorial approach to dealing with the wicked problems facing this nation. Because unless you do, Prime Minister, we are going to be moved to abject poverty, and that is a wicked problem of its own. And so I would like to assure the Prime Minister, and I would like to assure all the colleagues in this House that although we may be small in number, we are committed to doing all that we can. Sitting from this side of the House, we passed 10 bills today, Prime Minister, and you got 13. Our support on all 13, because we recognize, sir, that the improving of the conditions for doing business in Belize is an imperative to attract new investments that we so need at this time. So it was not an indictment on your administration, Prime Minister. I started my interventions by saying to you, sir, that we understood fully why we were on this side of the House. All we're asking for is not lip service, but for meaningful involvement and engagement of our social partners, of our unions, of the members of the opposition, as members of the Senate, all of us, Prime Minister, because you don't love this country more than I love this country. Madam Speaker, you don't love Belize more than I love Belize. We all love this country, and we all want to do right by this country. And so, Prime Minister, I hope you will take this matter under consideration in the spirit in which it was intended, sir. That we offer our hand to you and to your administration to do what we can, to do right by the Belizean people, to correct where we may have gone wrong in anticipating what your response may be, and to finding ways that when we get to the 50-year milestone, Honorable Prime Minister, that we would be able to say that under your leadership, sir, we were able to move the needle, and with our cooperation, we were able to do what is good and right for Belize. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I want to start off by thanking the Honourable Member from Albert with her presentation, and I will take her at her word that it is a sincere plea and offer for bipartisanship in government. I mean, there's so much that I could tell you, but you thought that you were going to anticipate that I was going to say, but I don't think so. I will take you for your word that you really want us to work together. I can assure you that this government, our government, is trying to do everything possible to turn things around. COVID is creating havoc on everyone. Rich, poor, black, green, whatever color, be it in the rural or be it in the urban areas, it's affecting everyone. And it's something that we have to address jointly. We felt that when it comes to the issue of COVID, that the only way we could properly address it is through the science. And that is why we felt that for me to sit there as a Prime Minister, spending 4 or 5 hours, with different groups of talking if we should do this or do that, when we don't know, because that's not what we do, I felt that it would be better to give it to the people in the medical field. They can better direct us, and they have been doing a pretty good job. On the social aspect of matters, again, we had almost no input, Member of Albert, when it comes as to how this social, the food punch and all that was going to be given out. We were locked out of it. Yes, at the beginning we had Minister of State Chris Coy working along with then Minister Carla Barnett, but they were using our skill to try to set up a system. But after that, we were put aside. I'm not lamenting, I'm just explaining that. And so what we are trying to do with that, Honorable Member from Albert, is that the member from, or the Minister from Social Development is doing her utmost best to do with the limited resources to try to ensure that the people that need most get. The previous government borrowed a large sum of money to be able to give to help people, but all of that money was spent before the election. Like you, I agree, poverty is probably even a bigger problem than crime. If we can solve the issue of poverty, we could pretty much address the issue of crime. They are interrelated. When people are desperate and they don't have work, especially those that do not have an education, they have a different sense of morals or importance as what is important or not. Many in desperation go into a life of crime. But there was a study that was done in 2018 that showed that poverty was already at 52%. And that was before COVID. And many suspect that because of COVID, we'll probably pass the 60% threshold. We're doing everything possible to address all of these matters, in particular to grow the economy. If we cannot grow the economy to create jobs, then we are going to be condemned. So I want to thank you all for your support today for doing the different bills. And We've been reaching out, and we need to do better to be able to find a meaningful participation. We will be inviting you for our first meeting in October. When we look at the finances of our government, finances are how we're doing when we meet with the unions, social partners, the private sector. All of you will be invited when we make that report, so that the report that we said we're going to do every 6 months. I will appeal to my colleagues on this side of the house so that wherever we can see that we can fit you all to join for us in the work that we're doing, for us to reach out. For 13 years we were reaching out to the government, your government, and they never accepted our offer. But you're offering, I'm sure that the minister, as he pointed out this morning, that he'll be reaching out to you all to be able to join. We're in this thing together. I agree with you. We are all in this together. In this boat, in the Belizean boat. And the Belize boat sink, all of us sink. If it goes bad for everybody. If it goes well, it goes well for everybody of us. So, as we reach to celebrate our 40th anniversary, as you pointed out rightly so, Honorable Member from Albert, it is time to reflect. It is time for us to be able to see the good things that we did in the past and the bad things, and there are a lot of bad things that was done in the past, and to learn from those lessons and see how we can move forward. So, once again, Member from Albert, thank you very much for your intervention.
I recognize the member for Colette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on a matter of public importance. Madam Speaker, I wish to speak on good governance, but lest you caution me that that's a very wide topic, let me narrow it down to the government's promise to be accountable and transparent.
I appreciate it, member.
Madam Speaker, I just received via a release from the government. We just received a release from the government saying that the Attorney General is coordinating with a UN agency a strategy to develop legislation for good governance in general. And you'll remember, Madam Speaker, that it was here in this honorable house that we were treated to not one, but a double dose of Plan Belize. First, outside on the steps of the National Assembly when the Governor General was forced to read verbatim almost the pledges of Plan Belize. And then you remember, Madam Speaker, that a motion came to this honorable house talking about Plan Belize and highlighting all that they would do for good governance. Well, Madam Speaker, I want to let the Prime Minister and his government know that, in fact, there are some elements. My colleague from Albert just highlighted that there were many bills passed today, some of which are going in the right direction, especially that one that had to do with benefiting our teachers and public servants from paying the stamp duties and so on. That's good. But it is our duty, Madam Speaker, to hold the government accountable and to encourage the Prime Minister, force him if we have to, which I'm hoping we'll get some answers today, Madam Speaker, on some of the actions that his government has participated in where there is blatant cover-up and absolutely no transparency, Madam Speaker, and absolutely no accountability. Let me begin, Madam Speaker, with the situation that is taking place at BTL Smart and the government of Belize. Madam Speaker, we had a press conference on the opposition side. We had a press conference where, and in fact, World and Country, in fact, long before the UDP had a press conference, these pieces of information were shared. And what we found, Madam Speaker, was that the tendering process for the Microsoft Office 365, basically, Madam Speaker, was a stench. It was a stench. And I'm not going to get back into all of that, Madam Speaker. I think the Belizean people know the story and know the story very well. But I will just pull some elements of it to remind and to inquire. Maybe the Prime Minister can get up and answer me and tell this nation, in his drive to get greater accountability and transparency to the Belizean people. Tell us, Prime Minister. We are told by a document from CETO that they were bids that were invited, and in fact that 3 companies bid, and that SMART won the bidding. We are told that the only process that they used to determine who would win the bid, Madam Speaker, was the lowest bid. They will go with the lowest bid. So SMART bid, Madam Speaker, $3.4 million roughly. I use that figure because that's a famous figure of the administration. Actually, it is $3.37 million that was bid. This is for a 1-year contract to supply the licenses for Microsoft Office 365 to the government and other little licenses related to that. BTL, Madam Speaker, bid $3.54 million, a difference, if you do the math, of $140,000. Now, the BTL bid, we're told, comes with value-added benefits. You see, the BTL people, Madam Speaker, were trained and certified. And so BTL said that when you buy the license from us, we will give you the service of having our trained technicians, certified technicians, give additional service, and that value-added package, we're told, comes between $80,000 and $100,000. So that in itself, Madam Speaker, would swallow up some of the difference between the 2 bids that were put in. But check this out. Later on, we get a release coming from BTL, an internal memo that CEO Tesikum sent to his staff and found its way outside. And in that document, Madam Speaker, we learn as well of an extension of the services of BTL in this regard. Because the contract that BTL had, they had the contract previously, expired in June 23rd, if I'm correct. And so the tendering process was for the service to be provided. Actually, it was for 3 years, but somehow they narrowed it down to 1 year. And they offered SMART this contract from June 24th, 2021 to June 23rd, 2022. That is what cost, Madam Speaker, $3.34 million, $3.37 million. And Madam Speaker, the public servants weren't very happy with that. You can imagine. And so they leaked these documents, Madam Speaker. The public servants were very happy to come to the doors of the UDP very early in the morning to point out that despite the fact that they had not signed an official agreement, an awarding of this contract, and I'd hope the Prime Minister tell us today whether that agreement is finally signed, but they were hot, Madam Speaker, to pay SMART Belize $3.73 million. This is for the whole year. Remember the dates, Madam Speaker, from June 24th, 2021 to June 23rd, 2022. And they knew, Madam Speaker, they were fully well aware that when the contract came to an end on the 23rd of June, 2021, that in fact they had already engaged BTL with a 3-month extension. And here's the kicker, Madam Speaker. The Belizean people might not know, and I'd really love to hear from the Prime Minister. We want, Prime Minister, transparency, sir. We want accountability, sir. Tell us, you are the Minister of Finance. How is it that you figure you can sign an extension for 3 months with BTL and then go back and sign a full year with SMART at the kind of figure that you pay it in full? when BTL, we are told, was offering you some kind of arrangement that it could be paid out of the dividends that BTL would owe the government of Belize. No. The cash-strapped administration decided, Madam Speaker, to pay Smart upfront, even before they signed the contract. $3.4 million almost. So people wanted to know what happened to the extension with BTL then? Well, Madam Speaker, I have in my hand a copy of the voucher and the payment. It's check number 9003763, where the Briceño administration paid BTL for 1 month of that 3-month extension. And you know how much they paid, Madam Speaker? $295,015.50. And I want people to understand, let me repeat that number, $295,000. They paid BTL as a duplication. Well, rather that it was Smart that was duplicating, because they already contracted BTL for this month of June, from the 24th of June to the 24th of July. The service done provided, you know, Madam Speaker, but yet they went back and paid Smart the full thing from June 24, 2021 to June 23rd, 2022. How is that transparency, Madam Speaker? How is that accountability? We need answers for that, Prime Minister. But that's not all, you know, Madam Speaker, because remember I said that there is a 3-month extension, so they can't get out of that, you know, Madam Speaker. So next month, the following month, the 24th of July then to the 24th of August, which is already spent, they will have to pay another $295,015.50. And since the contract is up to September, the following month they will again pay another $295,015.50 for a whopping total of $885,000, Madam Speaker. Imagine that. If they had continued with BTL, since they were the ones who experienced the extension, giving the extension, that could have been worked out. But in order to fatten his family's company, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister's family's company, in order to give them a big fat payday, this is $900,000 almost, Madam Speaker, that the government is wasting. How can you account for that, Mr. Prime Minister? I want to hear the answer to this. This is the kind of money that is wasting. This is the thing that really boils the blood of the Belizean people. Those public servants who you told you have to take a sacrifice, because you not take no sacrifice yet. 10% of your pay gone. Those police officers, those medical doctors, those frontline workers who you didn't bother to exempt, they too had to take the 10% cut. And all the fancies that you promised them, that you would give them comfort, all kind of allowances, none of that has happened, but you are going to give your family's company $900,000 and a big fat contract for $3.4 million, which, when you really investigate it, Madam Speaker, this company doesn't deserve it, doesn't even qualify. When we did the math, when we looked at what was required, that bidding process required that these companies be certified by Microsoft. BTL went through a whole rigmajig, Madam Speaker, in order to certify the company to be able to offer these licenses. Smart does not qualify, but they did whatever maneuvering they had to do, blocking out the regionally qualified entity, blocking out the government's own company, BTL, which that the Belizean people would benefit, Madam Speaker, if they give it to BTL. That is what the UDP administration set up this thing to do. So that the 109,000 workers who pay Social Security will get some benefit from their dividends, the $85 million worth of dividends that they have in Social Security. I see them shaking their head. There's no crime in that. Social Security monies must be invested to get a return, and there is no better return, despite what they say. They would have you believe, Madam Speaker, that BTL is not a company that is profitable at all. Can't be profitable if its own owners from here forward guts it. We saw the response from the Communication Workers Union, and we're told that immediately as they first spoke up, that they call them in. And we reiterate today, Madam Speaker, for transparency and for accountability, that chairman of the board, what do you correct me? Mark Helm? Because he stands up in these chambers, these very chambers, for years on top of years, Madam Speaker, talking about the same kind of accountability and transparency. And when he is given an opportunity to speak out against it, play last. Like he does not know what they're talking about. That's my first case to show you that they're not accountable or transparent, Madam Speaker. Allow me to give you another example to show that they're not transparent and they're not accountable. Yes, Madam.
Member, I just want you to be guided, as I did before. And actually, quite frankly, as this side of the House has cautioned me in meetings before on this standing order. Just let's keep it to that singular matter. I know that I understand you clarified transparency and accountability, correct, member? That's your matter, member? Thank you.
Yes.
But as I cautioned your colleague as well, we recognize that can also have many tentacles. Let's not get too carried away, or else it really defies the very purpose and cautions that your side has given me before on the handling of Standing Order 13. I appreciate your cooperation on that.
Speaker, as I was saying though, we have to give up. You see, Madam Speaker, when we endured on this side, I complained, you remember, that the government was grandstanding, that they forced us to they forced the Governor General to read a whole Plan Belize manifesto. They came in here and they read again. And it was one issue, Madam Speaker. It is their plan, it is their agenda. And I am telling you that I am picking just the transparency and accountability. So I am demanding accountability and responsibility on their part. Madam Speaker, this morning, my friend, the Minister of Health, spoke about the pharmaceuticals. And he spoke, Madam Speaker, about the fact that we moved from 14 providers, was it 18 providers to 43 providers?
Point of order. We can't, Madam Speaker, if we're going to respect the standing orders, we can't allow the member for Collett, as we did with the member for Albert, to be cute about what the standing order is saying. He is allowed to speak on one matter of national urgent public importance. One single matter. You have been very patient. You've been very patient. You can't move. You've talked about BTL. You want to now move to another matter. That is not allowed, sir, under the standing orders.
Sir, Madam Speaker, the standing order allows me to speak about the lack of transparency and good governance on the part of the government, and that is exactly what I am doing.
Member for Collett, if I may, it was established, we've gone through this in previous meetings. Standing Order 13, and I keep hearing members saying urgent on both sides. Standing Order 13 is a matter of public concern, a matter. In previous meetings, members, I have so been cautioned by both sides, and I appreciate it. And I go back and I look at standing orders for further guidance. and that guidance on Standing Order 13 is a singular matter. I used the word earlier about appreciating the creativity used in extending that by using broad terms. I am cautioning you, Member for Colette, so let's not go there.
Like my colleague, I was not trying to be creative. It's plain to me, and I believe it is plain to all Belizeans listening. You see, the government doesn't want to face the music. They're not being transparent, Madam Speaker, and they're not being accountable for the taxpayers' dollars. I was about to say, Madam Speaker, that my friend there issued new companies, pharmaceutical contracts. One, Madam Speaker, that is owned, it is owned by one RV imports owned by Leslie Rodriguez and a Hexa Reverol and Ingrid.
Member for Colette, there's a point of order.
Madam Speaker, is this
Member for Colette, there is a point of order.
Madam Speaker, the standing orders are clear that when one rises to speak, you cannot be long-winded and repetitive. He's being repetitive, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, that is absolutely ridiculous. I have not repeated anything.
Members, Member for Colette, I'm going to caution you again, please. You may not like my choice of term, creativity, that's fine. I have been in this chair for at least 7 meetings, and on the matter of Standing Order 13, I appreciate the broad categories can lend us down a path that contravenes Standing Order 13. Therefore, Member of Colette, I am asking you to restrict your comments to that matter of public concern. I have given you leeway by using transparency and accountability where you stated the matter of public concern being that of BTL and the SMART matter. Now you're entering yet another one. At this rate, there may be 10 or 12 if I continue to allow you to use the broad term to be so creative with it. I ask you to confine your comments to the singular matter.
Madam Speaker, guided. If you don't want me to talk about these contracts that were given to the member
not about me wanting anything, Member for Colette.
Sister-in-law and the
Member for Colette.
And the CEO's sister's
Member
company
for Colette.
These pharmaceutical companies.
Member for Colette, I am addressing you, please.
Yes, ma'am.
There is a standing order that refers to no member referring to my conduct. It's not me want. You just said earlier, member, if you don't want me responding to me after I made a point of order clarification to you. To be clear, it's not about me. And I want that on the record. Thank you.
Guided, Madam Speaker, and if it came across that I was attacking you in any way, I apologize. But, Madam Speaker, the truth is that on the opposition side, we have a right to speak. And, you know, I listened to my colleague's complaint earlier this week that, again, she put forward a question and you disallowed the question of what was paid to the governor of the central bank.
Member for Colette. Member for Colette, I will ask you to take your seat. I will ask you to take your seat. I just cautioned you about referring to my conduct. And for clarity, while we will not raise the question here, the member for Albert's question was not denied. It was deferred to the next meeting. Member for Colette. It is you, I remind this honorable House. It is you, Member of Colette, in an earlier session, in an earlier meeting of Parliament this year, that specifically stood up on a point of order to ask for clarification from this chair on questions to ministers and 5 clear days. Let me finish, please. I was very clear on that. I stated quite, I think articulately, because of the fact that in precedent of past meetings, there was always ambiguity on it. Sometimes it means this, and sometimes it means that. At no time does it mean, member for Colette, that I did not allow or I will disallow. The member for Albert is aware that her question will be raised in the next meeting. It was the same ruling made for the two questions that were presented earlier today from your side. I am taking my time, member for Colette, to addressing this matter, because in several other instances it has been stated as if the goalpost is moving. It is a reference to my conduct, and I will not tolerate it. I am adhering to the rule book, and I will say here, I thank you for accepting the invitation to join me and members of the House, your other colleagues, to work on revising the standing orders so that there can be less ambiguity and that we're not caught in this situation. But I have allowed my conduct to be questioned once by you, and I will not let it happen again. You have been cautioned. I extend to you my generosity of wrapping up on your singular matter.
But Madam, please, may I respond to what you said? May I?
Certainly, Member
Madam,
Collette.
you are correct. On a previous occasion, you sought to clarify to us on this side when is an appropriate space of time for the submission of those questions. I understood from that explanation that you gave that 10 o'clock on the Friday before, it was the adequate time, and my colleague informs me that when she tried to submit the question about the governor and what settlement was given, that you disallowed. And I'm not questioning your conduct when I say
check
you
the
disallowed.
Hansard record. The issue of 10 o'clock was a matter raised by you. I was very clear. 5 clear days. Let me repeat it again.
Pardon me,
5 clear days.
So
the issue of 10 o'clock was not one in my response.
So what is 5 clear days?
I will repeat it again as it is in the Hansard record. 5 clear days, not the day of the notice, not the day of the meeting, not the weekend, and cannot include public and bank holidays.
Madam, will you agree that you don't give us 5 days clear notice for the meeting?
Let me say this.
You see, this is the kind of thing, madam.
No, Member for Colette.
And for you to
Member for Colette. I do my best. One second, Prime Minister. Let me address this. I have done my utmost best in working with the executive to ensure that when there's business to be discussed, it is sent in a reasonable time. I want to be clear, but really, you being here longer than I have would know this better than I. There is absolutely no standing order that refers to the amount of days required to give notice to the House. There's none. You should know this. What there is, though, is that standing order that says as soon as the clerk is made aware, he should expeditiously and quickly notify all members. He did as much on Friday, August 27th. Questions to ministers, if you check the standing order, is really, in terms of the 5 clear days, has nothing to do with that. In the interest, and I assume that we are all genuinely interested, members, in improving the rules and procedures of an outdated 1966 standing order, that this issue in particular will be one that we will rally against, not only for ordinary meetings, member, but for special meetings of which this constitutes, because it has been called within the recess period. I caution you, I will not have my conduct questioned. I will not go down that road with you. And I ask you, I'm giving you the generosity, not disenfranchising you, but allowing you to stand on Standing Order 13, of which you are entitled, but in accordance with the rule book, member, a singular matter.
Madam Speaker, as you have put it, And let me be clear that my intention is not to question your intent, you know.
Thank you.
But you will have to agree with me, madam, that you are a decision maker in this house. You are the chief decision maker. You decide what goes on. And so, if we can't say that you made a decision and we can't raise our concern about it, then how can that be fair?
But you
we might not be able to change, Madam Speaker. There is no way that, in fact, what you said prevailed today. My friend did not ask the question as to what the governor was paid. She didn't get to ask that question. I'm hoping that the Prime Minister will still answer us.
No, the member for Colette.
This is the thing.
Member, I'm going to ask you to resume your seat.
Madam Speaker.
For the rest of the proceedings, just resume your seat. Thank you. Member for Leader of the Opposition.
I need to answer.
You're going to respond, Prime Minister, to the single
I will
matter
respond to
the
honourable member from. I think that he just just messed up everything from the member of Albert asking for bipartisanship and for us to be more decent with one another. I could see why he's sitting over there and not where over this end, and why he's now known as Mr. 47%. And that's all he gets from a party, and he can't get 50% because of that very same kind of behavior. I mean, how did the leader of the opposition refer to him? He shouldn't be on the morning show whining and crying, sounding like a wounded hog.
Member.
I'm quoting the leader of the opposition.
Members, allow me to respond, Member for Colette. This is the challenge. This is the challenge we seem to have with one another. You call me a decision maker, but in the same breath, you don't allow me to make the decisions, man. Hi.
Madam Speaker.
Prime Minister, please, can we not also let us refrain from descending in that sort of language or reference to that type of language? Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, but I was just quoting what your leader of the opposition said about you, not he. He said that about you. Well, now you know. Now you know.
So the member of Colette's question to you, seeking for clarification, no?
Speaker, he behaves like a child, like a baby. I guess the therapy not work.
Mr. Prime Minister, I beg you to take that back. I beg you to take that back, Mr. Prime Minister. Please.
Well, I'm no therapist. I'm probably going to take it back, but maybe never take the meds or something, but that's okay. Anyway.
Thank you.
He is speaking about accountability and transparency and making about this whole issue about BTL and versus SMART, as if somehow I had my hand in some way or with this matter. And Mr. Smith from CETO met the media. He took out a release and clearly pointed out how this process went about. I wasn't even aware that the Microsoft license for 365, Office 365 was coming to an end. I had absolutely no idea. But the problem with BTL is that they are used to fleecing the government of Belize. And they believe that any price that they put, that they can get it. That's what happened with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That the Ministry of Foreign Affairs met with the people from BTL, met with the people of SMART, and because they are with SMART at this moment, they are saving $3,000 every single month, Madam Speaker. And that's a fact. Now you talk about these 3 months. You see, it is so ironic that he gets more information from certain public officers than me as the Prime Minister of this country. Because it is obvious that they have their UDP agents set up in this government. And they have them set up deliberately in certain positions to undermine the work of this government. That's what they did, Madam Speaker. When we were sitting on the other side, we got absolutely nothing from those very same officers that all of a sudden are so pious and feel that they have to feed you information. The UDP was fleecing this country to the tunes of millions of dollars, and they said nothing. Now, over a matter that was clear and transparent, they are trying to create an issue as if something went wrong. The very technical people from CETO and the people of Ministry of Finance has disabused what the member of College have said, trying to confuse the people, Madam Speaker. The truth of the matter, and I have to be careful, I don't want to be sounding if I'm here trying to defend SpeedNet. I have no financial interest from SpeedNet. I've never gotten $1 from SpeedNet. But when you come here and just blatantly lie, like when you are talking that the sister of the CEO or the widow of the former, the Honorable Nito Vega and Roger got a contract. It is not true. The minister has now said it that they did not get a contract. So they're coming here and like we said, you just throw mud on the wall and hoping that something is going to stick against the wall. Trying to create aspersions and trying to dirty people's name. That is what you're doing. And you should be ashamed of it, man. But back to this matter. It was very clear when the bids were opened, all three entities were there. And they had a special password. The password was given to everybody and they opened it right there on the spot. Could you wait now? Stop making a fool of yourself, man. Listen. Stop making a fool of yourself.
Prime Minister.
You're embarrassing yourself. You're embarrassing yourself, Minister, a member of College. You're embarrassing yourself.
When a member is on his feet and speaking
that's why they refer to you as
rarely.
a whining and screaming hog. This man, not me, refer to you like that. But Madam Speaker, let me try to finish and try to enlighten this man. Because he's trying, he didn't draw first blood, you know, member from Albert. He drew first blood. I promise you, I was going to behave. But make sure you take your meds when you come here.
Members, can we just, members, Mr. Prime Minister, can you please continue? And
I will try to finish.
Thank you.
Let me quickly go through it, Madam Speaker, and I'll stop. Anyway, as what has been reported to me, the contract was coming to an end. And of course, the government should have done this months ago to ask for bids. And they didn't. They did it last minute when the contract was coming to an end. I haven't seen anything. This is what's been told to me. CETO, as a technical office, sent out the bids. And three of them, BTL, Smart, and some other company, things from Trinidad, put in a bid. Smart is a reseller of Microsoft services. They are a reseller of Microsoft Office, just the way BTL is. And based on what was asked, the three companies put in a bid. And it was open transparently in front of everybody. And SpeedNet did put a better bid than all of them. And that is why the contract was awarded to Smart. Now, the member from College is trying to confuse people about this 3 months that was awarded. The 3 months was awarded by the minister, the financial secretary, unknown to everybody, to BTL for another 3 months because they are trying to wrap up on the issue of the bids and the contracts. That is why BTL was given another 3 months. There's nothing sinister or nothing corrupt about it. It was as straightforward. The information that they gave you, they either has wrong information so you could embarrass yourself here, or you are deliberately trying to misconstrue the facts and trying to confuse people as if something was done wrong right here, Madam Speaker. So I want to end and not get in the mud with whatever they refer to him. I want to finish up by saying this was an open and transparent process that was done, something that the UDP never did, the government. And secondly, I want to make it abundantly clear. I had absolutely nothing to do with this. I wasn't even aware that it was taking place. I didn't even know that SpeedNet got the contract till long after it hit the news. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Mesopotamia, Leader of the Opposition. I have...
On a
There
point
is
of
no
order.
response. There
Madam
is
Speaker,
no response.
are you going to list? I have a point of order.
No, you don't have. Sit
Yes,
down.
I do.
You don't talk, man. Sit down.
Madam Speaker, standing
Sir.
order 35-4 allows me to clarify.
And I'm not giving him the. I'm
It's
not
up to
yielding
you,
for you
sir.
to
It's up
clarify.
to the Speaker.
Absolutely not.
Madam Speaker,
Sit
can
down.
you refer to standing order 35-4?
I'm very well acquainted with 35-4.
And it says that I can. It's not to elucidate, you know, this is a different standing order. Please read it, Madam Speaker.
I'm very aware. What's your point of order?
Standing order 35-4 allows a member to rise again, to be heard, to offer explanations of some material, put up a part of his speech that he alleges has been misquoted. The Prime Minister clearly misquoted what I said just now, you know. The Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, has not answered.
1 second. No, 1 second.
He has said...
Mr. Prime Minister and Member for Colette, you said misquote. Can you state what the misquote? Don't state he didn't answer the question. What was misquoted?
Madam Speaker, he is saying that there is not a combined period.
What was the misquote?
The misquote is that he's saying that I did not say that there was a combined period where he's paying both Smart and SpeedNet. Both SpeedNet and BTL, sorry. And there is a combined period. So
the misquote, to be clear, the misquote, member, is that you stated there was a combined period?
The government is paying BTL, Madam Speaker, $295,000
And
times
the
3 months.
misquote, member?
He misquoted me in that, Madam Speaker. And he's also paying Smart SpeedNet for those very same 3 months.
Member, I will not allow this. Please sit.
But it is...
No,
Madam
you're
Speaker, the
repeating
standing
what
order
you already
allows me
wrote
to do
on.
it. 35-4 allows me to do this.
You asked for the... I specifically asked you what was misquoted. You stated it. Kindly take your seat.
But in
Member
the middle of what
for
my clarification,
Mesopotamia.
you are interrupting me.
Kindly take your seat.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to wish you and the other members of the House a happy September celebrations as we celebrate our 40th birthday. I'm 42, so I'm 2 years older than Belize. I'd like to wish the wonderful people in Mesopotamia a happy 40th September celebrations. The matter that I'm rising on is the economic recovery, COVID economic recovery. Every House meeting that I come to this House, I have a certain level of excitement and adrenaline that pumps, because the sacred oath that I swore and the duty that I have to the people in Mesopotamia is one that I take to heart, Madam Speaker. And this is the people's house. While there's some in here that think this is an elite club for the upper echelon, this is the people's house. So it would be remiss if I did not come to the people's house and talk about how the people are suffering right now. And this should be a matter of bipartisan concern, the economic recovery. We need to find a way forward. It cannot be just the science. It cannot just be just the medical experts. We need the economic experts at the table with the Ministry of Health so that we can protect the people of this country from the economic fallout of COVID-19. Everyone is not fortunate enough to have shares in big corporations. Everyone is not a multimillionaire like the member from Kayo South and the Prime Minister. And myself, yes. And I think Remo too, the member from Caribbean Shores. So we are fortunate, but there are many Belizeans. The working class is eroding, Madam Speaker. And again, I offer the olive branch to the Prime Minister and to the government that we need to work together to find the way forward as far as economic recovery is concerned. It can't be that we will stay under restrictions in perpetuity. We have to be smart. We have to think. No pun intended as far as being smart. But we have to think, why can't we have vaccination cards? Why can't you gave the Minister of Health gave permission to 100 people who were fully vaccinated to have a wedding? Why can't we give permission to all of the establishments that only vaccinated people will be allowed to attend and come into the establishments? Why can't we make it that, well, you have to have a PCR test to enter? These businesses are faltering. I saw them on the news last night. They are hopeless. There's nowhere to turn but you. This is the government that made the promise and made the hope. And I want you to be successful. As I said in my first speech in this House, I don't want you to fail. So again, I am pleading to you, I'm urging you that the matter of COVID is not just a medical issue. It is an economic issue. It is a social issue. And that is why the Minister of Police is having such a hard time with crime. And that is why I've refused to politicize the issue and try to undermine him. Because it is a direct result of the COVID-19 economic crisis. And we have no plan. The Prime Minister has not presented any plan. We need to present a plan. That was why I asked about convening the Oversight Committee. Because the Oversight Committee, the COVID Oversight Committee, addresses the social and economic aspects of COVID-19. So, Prime Minister, I plead and I urge you. You said that you constituted an economic recovery task force. We have yet to hear anything from them. And people are suffering out there. As much as they need to be vaccinated, they need to eat. These businesses need to generate profit. Everyone is not a multi-million corporation that can sustain a 2-year lockdown. We need to think about them. That's why they elected us. We can't just think about the medical aspect. Is it that people are to starve? People are to go bankrupt? Upper class people are to become middle class and soon to be impoverished if this just continues? So the economic aspect of this, the social aspect of it, your Minister of Police is overwhelmed. Not because of his incompetence. I will not say that. He's doing his best. But COVID is having such a dire impact on all aspects of our economy and our social fabric that it needs to be addressed. Listening to the scientists and the medical experts is not enough. We need a balance, Mr. Prime Minister. We need to put our heads and our heart into this and address it from all angles. So please heed my call to constitute, to convene an economic task force, a social task force, along with the experts, and let us all sit together and address the plan forward. And I encourage everyone to please get vaccinated so that we can demand from this government to allow us to get back to normalcy, economic normalcy. People need to be out there generating revenue, and they can't do it with these curfews and these restrictions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You will reply, Prime Minister?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
1 second, member for Cairo Central, after the Prime
sorry,
Minister. Yes. Go ahead, Prime Minister, for your reply.
You are making a decent appeal. But I noticed that your leader never wants to listen to what you have to say. He left. It's a pity, no? But you are making an appeal about we're looking at the COVID economic recovery. People are suffering. I agree with you. We see it every day, like yourself. But the only way we can get out of this is through a meaningful economic recovery. We have set up an economic recovery task force that, again, was not led by politicians. They were led by captains of industry, the best minds that we had. And they have given a whole gamut of recommendations. And I remember I made offering that I was going to get them to you. I did not. I promise you on Monday I will get them to both of you so you can see all that we're doing. SIB, the Statistics Institute of Belize, I think it was last week, made an announcement that our economy grew by 22.3% in the last quarter, in the second quarter of the year. And it grew by 22.3% simply because of the actions that we have been taking as a government. We knew we had to work with the economy. We knew that agriculture has to lead the recovery. Thanks to the efforts of the Minister of Agriculture, the Honorable Member from Orange Walk South, agriculture for the very first time grew by over 22%. So vegetables, all the vegetables were sold locally. We did not allow importation to come when we have cabbages, or potatoes, or onions, because we're going to eat ours first. When we don't have, we import. And I know a number of people got upset because we did not allow them to import, but tough. We have to look after our farmers and ensure that we eat what we are growing, and we have to grow more of what we eat. He made sure that all that cattle that the previous government foolishly stopped from exporting, that was exported. It was what, $28 million worth of cattle that has been exported since we took over, not only to Guatemala, but now to Mexico. And the cattle that we're exporting to Mexico, that cattle is now being re-exported all the way to Canada. So we have to find a way how we're going to take advantage of that. That is why we're expanding on the negotiations for a partial scope agreement with Guatemala, and we've started in earnest to have another partial scope agreement with trade agreement with Mexico, something that I will discuss with the President of Mexico when I go when I visit Mexico City. I think it's on the 1st of October that I'm going to be meeting with him. Tourism, again, grew considerably. And that happened also because we have a Minister of Tourism that knows what he's doing. Unfortunately, the former Minister of Tourism was a nice guy, a decent man, but he just didn't have the wherewithal to be able to get us out of this difficult period. And thanks to his efforts and the restructuring of BTB, because the former executive director of BTB wasn't doing anything, and she could sue me again if you want, because we will appeal that case. And Justice James is not going to be there. They were looking not after the interests of the industry. The former management of BTB, but only looking after special interests. The minister restructured the BTB and went off in finding how we can quickly open up as safely as possible and to restructure the marketing, the gold standards for the hospital, for the hotels, ensuring that everyone in the tourism industry get vaccinated, pleading that we put them as frontline workers because they are going to be dealing with tourists. So I've done a number of things, getting more flights into Belize, getting new airlines to sign up to come to Belize. And because of their efforts, tourism by the end of August was probably between 85 and 90% of where it was in 2019. And if we continue the way we are, we probably will be as high as 115% over 2019. There's a new, when it comes to the BPOs, a new study came out and it showed the export of computer services in 2020, 2021, and here Belize is at 78%. We continue to push the BPOs, working with them, making sure that they could get vaccinated, ensuring that, okay, they could work at 50% and another 50% can work at home, doing everything possible to get the economy going. Like you, honorable leader of the opposition, as a country, we have to learn to live with COVID. COVID is going to be around for a very long time. But learning to live with COVID does not mean that we should be reckless. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in many instances. When our citizens want to hang out on the street side, buying a case of beer and drinking it behind their pickups, and going to parties, I know we're tired. I know we're tired of being locked up. But the only way we can defeat and control COVID is if we are careful in what we do. If we use our masks, social distance, wash our hands, and get vaccinated. So I thank you for your intervention today, honorable member from Mesopotamia, and an appeal that I hope could also resonate to everyone, that we're in this thing together, that we have to work together, and that the best social program we can give is to give a person a job. Giving them $125 means nothing. But if you give them a job, you'll be able to take care of their families, and then they will be able to have a sense of pride that they're taking care of their families. Once again, to Madam Speaker, I wish all Belizeans a happy independence. 40 years, we're still a baby in terms of countries. And despite all differences and despite the problems, I still truly believe that Belize is the best place to live in this planet. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Cayo Central. I think the mic.
Madam Speaker, I rise on a matter of public concern as it relates to the House standing orders and specifically in relation to Section 84, subsection 2, absence of members. Madam Speaker, the people of this country went to the polls in November 2020 to elect members of this House to serve and represent their concerns in this honorable House without ill will or favor. However, Madam Speaker, I bring to the attention of this House that we see in this same tactic of using the House standing orders to their convenience, as was the former AO representative for Orange Walk North, the defeated Gaspar Vega. Now, Madam Speaker, we are seeing the same trend with the now member of Queen Square. Madam Speaker, speaking, knowing that the stand.
We're going to switch the mic for you.
Madam Speaker, speaking knowing that the standing orders speaks to a member being absent for more than 6 consecutive meetings in a session, the member of Queen Square, in my opinion, Madam, is not only disrespecting this honorable house, but this nation and especially the hundreds of voters of the Queen Square division.
Member for Kaya Central, that cannot be allowed, imputing that type of motive on another member. Your matter of public concern is the issue of absences from the House?
It is, Madam Speaker.
You may continue, but it cannot be where there is an imputing of any improper motive on the part of any member.
Madam Speaker, I believe that the standing orders need to be amended to address the level of disrespect to the people of this honorable house. And with that said, I want to wish everybody happy September celebrations.
Members, with your indulgence, I do appreciate all encouragement to revise standing orders, and I welcome that, but I also do want to clarify so that there is absolutely no misunderstanding. Any member that has been absent from the House, they have been complying with the standing orders. If they were not, the respective leaders of the sides in the House, the government and the opposition would have been so notified. I join other members before I call on the Honorable Prime Minister for adjournment. Let me just join other members in wishing you a happy September celebrations month. And of course, I like to think as I edge my way into the 50s that the 40s really are the best time of your lives. And so as a nation, we look forward to the next good 10 years. Honorable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move the House be adjourned.
Members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.